Chapter 857. Underground. There was a great fortune. However, this had nothing to do with the current Fengzichen. Even if he knew that there was a dragon corpse at the foot of the mountain, with his current cultivation, he could not dig it out. Right now, the most important thing for Fengzichen was to fill his stomach. Suppressing the various thoughts in his heart, Fengzichen continued to walk forward. Then, he heard a rumbling sound in front of him. Looking up, he saw a ferocious beast as tall as a mountain running wildly in the forest. And with its footsteps, the entire earth was shaking and buzzing. At the same time, a fierce and violent aura was emitted from the body of the ferocious beast, causing the beasts in the forest to be terrified. They crawled on the ground and did not dare to move. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the ground stopped trembling and the ferocious and tyrannical aura disappeared along with it. Well, that ferocious beast had gone far away. It was probably just passing by. At first, Fengzichen did think so, but soon after, he realized that he was wrong. That ferocious beast was not passing by. It was clearly here to deliver food to him. Not long after that ferocious beast left, a dazed bird suddenly fell from a height of 10,000 meters. It happened to land beside Fengzichen, making a loud bang. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Hearing this sound, he knew that this dazed bird had fallen hard. Fengzichen followed the sound and went forward. He saw that there was a pit several feet in size on the ground. There was a big bird in it, about his size. At the moment, the big bird situation looked very bad. It probably fell hard. Looking at how it struggled in the pit, it could not move at all and flew out of the pit. From this, Fengzichen concluded that the bird's bones were probably almost broken. This meant that the combat power of this big bird had fallen to the freezing point. The danger was infinitely close to zero. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Now Fengzichen was in a remote place where he was starving. At this time, a bird in the air took the initiative to come to his door. How could he hesitate? He directly jumped into the pit, mobilized all his strength, and punched the head of this stupid bird one after another, ending its painful life. It seems that my luck is still here, Fengzichen thought as he dragged the dumb bird back to the valley. If it weren't for his luck, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing where food fell from the sky. This dumb bird was obviously affected by the momentum of the fierce beast just now and lost its intelligence for a moment. It fell from the sky with broken bones and completely lost its combat power. Fengzichen took advantage of it. It just so happened that Fengzichen was hungry and a seriously injured dumb bird fell from the sky. Such a coincidence, unless it was arranged by someone, could only be described as luck. Otherwise, with the strength of this dumb bird in the late stage of the Hotian realm, if they really fought, Fengzichen and it was not certain who would eat who. It seemed that in this reincarnation, although Fengzichen's strength was no longer there, his luck was still there. What did this mean? It meant that if Fengzichen wanted to recultivate, it might not be as difficult as he thought. As for why there was no supernatural manifestation before, it was obvious that Fengzichen had just been born and his luck was not stable yet. That was why he was hungry for a while. Now, as his state stabilized, the magic of his luck began to show. With this luck, it is difficult for me to keep a low profile. Thinking of this, Fengzichen looked up to the sky and sighed. Then, he lowered his head and saw that there was a fluctuation of spirit energy in the grass next to him. Stepping forward to take a look, Fengzichen found 2 ginseng-like plants. He dug them out and found that they were 200-year-old blood ginseng, which was the great supplement that Fengzichen currently needed. What good luck! Happily putting away the 200-year-old blood ginseng, Fengzichen dragged the dumb bird's body and continued to walk forward. After that, Fengzichen did not encounter any more rare medicinal materials and returned to the valley where he was born smoothly. Next, it was time to make a fire and cook. However, before making a fire, he had to deal with the dumb bird's body. Dragging the dumb bird's body to a small stream, Fengzichen began to wash it. And in the process of washing the bird's body from the upstream of the stream, a medium-sized pill furnace suddenly floated over. Fengzichen reached out and scooped it up. Looking around, he found that it was a magic treasure. According to the division of the current cultivation world, it should belong to the level of a magic weapon. In ancient times, there were only 6 levels of magic treasures, which were acquired magic treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate magic treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. And as the cultivation of the cultivators became lower and lower, there were gradually 2 more levels under acquired magic treasures, which were magic weapons and precious treasures. Above precious treasures was spiritual weapons, which corresponded to acquired magic treasures. Above spiritual weapons was immortal weapons, which corresponded to acquired spiritual treasures. Above immortal weapons was divine weapons, which corresponded to acquired supreme treasures. As for innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures, they were collectively known as Taoist weapons. What was a Taoist weapon? It was a Taoist weapon. The pill furnace that Feng Zichen fished out from the river was a magic weapon. Although it was the lowest level of magic treasure, it could be considered to have entered the level of extraordinary. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen was worried about how to deal with the 200-year-old blood ginseng. He couldn't swallow it raw. Now, with the pill furnace, he could make soup. He put the blood and the dumb bird's meat together to stew. The dumb bird was not small. After removing the feathers and bones, there was about 100 pounds of meat, which was enough for Feng Zichen to eat for a while. Moreover, he didn't know if it was affected by the underground dragon corpse, but there was a trace of dragon blood in the dumb bird's body. It was this trace of dragon blood that made the dumb bird extraordinary, and it ate more nourishment. Then, Feng Zichen began to stew the soup. After eating and drinking, Feng Zichen continued to cultivate. In the valley, there was the sound of clapping again. In this way, 2 days passed. Feng Zichen had eaten enough of the dumb bird's meat and was ready to go out to find other food. But before Feng Zichen could leave the valley, a 100-year-old spirit turtle floated down from the upper reaches of the stream. The spirit turtle was as white as jade, and there were mysterious dragon patterns on the turtle shell. It was not big, only about the size of a palm. At first glance, Feng Zichen was sure that it was a dragon turtle that had eaten a lot of nourishment. Immediately, Feng Zichen did not leave the valley. After using the pill furnace to take down the dragon turtle, he ate it as dinner. The next day, not only was the dragon turtle eaten by Feng Zichen, but even the dumb bird's meat was eaten by him. Feng Zichen had no choice but to continue to go out to find food. This time, there was no food that came to him, but Feng Zichen took away 3 bird eggs the size of a human head from a bird's nest on a cliff. The parents of these bird eggs must have had an accident and could not come back. And these 3 bird eggs, without their parents incubating them, had no chance of turning into cubs and could only become eggs. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen reluctantly took them away to fill his stomach. On the way back, Feng Zichen first encountered a spiritual medicine similar to a green onion. Then, he picked up an ownerless storage magic tool. He did not know who threw it into the wilderness. There was nothing else in it except for some daily necessities such as salt, oil, and other things. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. In the wilderness, other than being greedy, what else could it be? After the ferocious beasts killed people, they were worried that if they took the storage magic tool, their identity would be traced. Therefore, after taking away the valuable things in it, they casually found a place to throw the storage magic tool. Then, after an unknown period of time, it was picked up by Feng Zichen. With the storage magic tool, it saved Feng Zichen a lot of trouble, especially the oil, salt, and other daily necessities in it, which solved a big problem for Feng Zichen. Sigh. The more he lived, the more he went back. In the past, Feng Zichen would not use such a low-end storage magic tool. The big shots had their own space around them. At the very least, they were a great universe themselves. They could put whatever they wanted, and the space was even more boundless. With a sigh, Feng Zichen stuffed the 3 bird eggs and the spiritual medicine that looked like a green onion into the storage magic tool and continued to walk forward. Not long after, Feng Zichen encountered another opportunity. It was 3 huge black bears, and they were being chased by 3 groups of poisonous bees. Great, the world has really changed. When the black bears stole the honey, they knew how to use strategies. Looking at this situation, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. The 3 black bears worked together to steal the honey from the beehive. After being discovered, they fled in 3 directions. In this way, the bee swarm was divided into 3 parts, and their strength was greatly reduced. The injuries that the 3 black bears suffered also became lighter. It was too much. The bears knew how to use strategies, but the bee swarm was still stupid. What would the bee swarm do in the future? He was afraid that the fruits of their hard work would be stolen by the black bears. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a burst of heartache. When would the bee swarm be able to stand up? This world was really too oppressive on them, and they were trembling with anger. No, Feng Zichen had to stop the black bears. He could not watch helplessly as the fruits of the bee swarm's hard work were all ruined by them. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen stepped forward, walked to the empty beehive, and cut the honey inside and took it away. Yes, that was it. As long as he took the honey in the beehive, the black bear's plan would be ruined, and they would not harass the bee swarm in the future. As for the main culprit of all this dispute, the honey, let him take it away. This evil, Feng Zichen, would bear it. Praise the Emperor of the Celestial Purple Tenuity North Pole, Taiwan Great Emperor, great mercy and infinite. In a flash, a week had passed, and after many days of nourishment, Feng Zichen's cultivation finally reached a critical moment. Pieces of old skin fell off from Feng Zichen's body, revealing the jade-like white skin inside. Under the sunlight, it even revealed a faint purple. Boom! Suddenly, Feng Zichen exerted his strength, and his entire body seemed to expand. Layers of muscles bulged, giving people the beauty of strength. At the same time, mysterious patterns appeared on Feng Zichen's skin one after another. They were mysterious, and a faint pressure filled the air. The appearance of Tao patterns on the skin was a sign that the skin refining stage had reached the limit. In other words, Feng Zichen had completed the skin refining stage. He had established the foundation of cultivating the path of gods and demons, and had begun the next stage of blood extraction cultivation. With a thought, Feng Zichen visualized Hongmeng Daozhong in his mind. Clang, 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 the Tao bell roared, blooming with endless mystery. At the same time, with the sound of the bell, Feng Zichen's flesh and blood began to tremble, constantly trembling. Feng Zichen was refining his body. He visualized Hongmeng Daozhong in his sea of consciousness. As the Tao bell trembled, his body trembled as well, and he experienced the changes, thus achieving the goal of refining his flesh and blood. The sound of the bell became more and more urgent, and Feng Zichen's flesh and blood trembled more and more violently. Gradually, strands of heat rose from his limbs and bones, gradually condensing into a pure blood qi. With this, Feng Zichen had officially stepped into the second stage of the acquired realm, the acquired blood tempering realm. The so-called blood tempering was to refine the blood qi from the flesh and blood. With this, the birth of the first blood qi meant that he had stepped into the blood tempering realm. Next, as long as he refined his blood qi step by step, and when the blood qi filled his body, he would be considered to have completed the blood tempering realm and could enter the next stage, the bone tempering realm. In the blood tempering realm, if one slowly refined their blood qi, it would take a genius several years to reach the great accomplishment realm. However, this realm could be achieved quickly. As long as one prepared enough spiritual herbs, they could complete the blood tempering realm in a short time. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Feng Zichen's body trembled more and more violently. At the same time, more and more blood qi emerged from his body. It was extremely hot, faintly distorting the surrounding void. At this moment, the effect of Feng Zichen swallowing many spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts was manifested. However, just after entering the blood tempering realm, he had reached the great accomplishment realm of the blood tempering realm. But that was all. Although Feng Zichen could continue to refine his blood qi, it would consume his life essence. If it was just a loss of lifespan, Feng Zichen didn't care. However, if it hurt his foundation, it would be impossible for him to use his life essence to cultivate. Feng Zichen didn't care about lifespan, but he couldn't ignore his foundation. Now that the blood-tempering realm is complete, I should go out and find some spiritual herbs to speed up the blood-tempering realm and reach the limit as soon as possible and enter the bone-tempering realm. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Zichen wiped the sweat off his body and muttered to himself. Then, a huge shadow fell from the sky and landed accurately beside Feng Zichen. It was a huge goat, dozens of feet tall. Its body wasn't covered with fur, but with distinct layers of scales. Its two horns pointed to the sky and showed signs of bifurcating. It was a goat with the blood of the dragon clan, and its blood was abnormally rich. It showed signs of transforming into a dragon. According to Feng Zichen's judgment, its strength was at least at the peak of the Khanate realm. Chapter 858. There was no need to go out to look for food. This dragon goat alone was enough for Feng Zichen to reach the advanced level of body, refining, and open up the divine sea. That's right. Before opening up the divine sea, Feng Zichen did not plan to leave the valley. He wanted to develop here in peace until he had enough strength to protect himself. Then he would go out to experience. For this recultivation, experience was secondary, and recultivating the Tao of primordial chaos was the most important. Therefore, safety was the most important. Time flew, and half a month passed. On this day, in the valley where Feng Zichen lived, a blood-red dragon suddenly rose into the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air, roaring endlessly. It was Feng Zichen's blood and qi. It was like a dragon, which meant that he had reached the advanced level of blood refining. In his flesh and blood, mysterious textures appeared, intertwining with the textures on his skin. It was extremely mysterious. Refine. This time, Feng Zichen did not visualize Hongmeng Daozhong. Instead, he visualized the great path furnace in his sea of consciousness. He saw himself as the great path and turned into a supreme furnace. Then, he saw his blood and qi as the qi of Hongmeng. Finally, he used heaven and earth as the fuel to burn the great path furnace. He refined his flesh and blood into his bones and continued to strengthen his bones. In this way, another year passed. In this year, Feng Zichen had completed the 4 stages of bone forging, tendon transformation, marrow transformation, and internal organs. All of them had reached the stage of great accomplishment. With a thought, mysterious textures appeared all over Feng Zichen's body. On his skin, in his flesh and blood, in his bones, in his tendons, in his marrow, and in his internal organs, there seemed to be natural textures imprinted on his body. They were extremely mysterious. These were Hongmeng textures. They were formed by the qi of Hongmeng. They were the most mysterious principles in the world. They were superior to all the Khanate Tao in the untainted land. They were the most supreme. At this moment, Feng Zichen had reached the peak of the acquired realm. He could open up the divine sea and enter the divine sea realm at any time, or he could reach the Khanate realm in one step. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp bird cry was transmitted from above the valley. Immediately, 100,000 feet large phoenix, like bird, flew over from afar and continued to circle above the valley. Whoosh! At this moment, Feng Zichen sensed something and raised his head to whistle. When the phoenix, like bird, heard the whistle, its body suddenly shrank to the size of 2 palms. It descended from the sky and stopped beside Feng Zichen. This divine bird that looked like a phoenix was named Little Sky. It possessed strength comparable to a celestial immortal. It could be considered as Feng Zichen's pet. On that day, Feng Zichen was forging his bones in the valley. Little Shao had chased after prey from afar and accidentally ran into Feng Zichen. Originally, seeing how powerful Little Shao was, Feng Zichen was still hesitating whether to contact the other incarnations and kill it to save his life. After all, Little Xiao was a celestial immortal, while Feng Zichen was an acquired realm expert. It could really kill him with just a breath. But just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, an astonishing change took place. When Little Xiao saw Feng Zichen, it trembled in fear, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying existence. It fell directly from the sky and lay on the ground, not daring to move. Seeing this, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. After careful observation, he found that the Chaos Demon God bloodline in Little Xiao's body was extremely rich, almost comparable to that of a third-generation descendant. From this, Feng Zichen could conclude that this was a mutated ferocious beast. Otherwise, with such rich Chaos Demon God bloodline, it would not only have the cultivation of a celestial immortal. If it was a normal third-generation descendant, its strength would be at the peak of the Khanate Taoist priests, even if it was not at the level of a Khanate Dao Lord. Lil Xiao was far from it. A mutated species. No, it should be said that its bloodline had returned to its ancestors. After so many generations of ferocious beasts, it was normal for a few of them to return to their ancestors. This was nothing strange. Similarly, it was not strange for Little Xiao to appear in front of Feng Zichen. This was because there was still the aura of the great Tao in Feng Zichen's body. This was the source of the Chaos Demon God, and the source of all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world. The impossibility that originated from the life mark made the ferocious beasts both happy and afraid of the aura of the great Tao. Although it made them afraid, the ferocious beasts could not help but want to get close to the aura of the great Tao. This feeling was stronger for ferocious beasts whose bloodline was also rich. Therefore, Feng Zichen was a human-shaped ferocious beast. As long as he was there would always be high-level ferocious beasts approaching him, intentionally or unintentionally. Little Xiao came for this reason. But at the same time, because its bloodline was too powerful, the aura of the great Tao had a greater impact on it. Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen, Little Xiao was so afraid. The instinctive fear made it not dare to resist Feng Zichen at all. However, although Little Xiao was afraid of Feng Zichen, because its strength was too high, Feng Zichen could not do anything to it. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was impossible for him to hurt Little Xiao. Therefore, Feng Zichen simply ignored it and continued to temper his bones. Later, for some reason, this divine bird peeped at Feng Zichen's cultivation for more than a month. As if it had suddenly gained intelligence, it suddenly soared into the sky. At first, Feng Zichen thought it had run away, but not long after, it flew back and caught a divine image realm flood dragon. It placed it in front of Feng Zichen and chirped at him as if it was asking for credit. Feng Zichen understood its meaning. This flood dragon was a tribute to Emperor Ziwei. Good heavens, it really gained intelligence. Feng Zichen did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted this gift. It just so happened that he had eaten enough mutton and changed to flood dragon meat. Sigh. Ever since he formed an alliance with the 5 pre-celestial races, in order to show his sincerity, Feng Zichen did not eat the descendants of the 5 sacred beasts. Even if there were evil people among them, he would only kill and not eat. He really had not eaten flood dragon meat for a long time. Just like that, time passed day by day. And every few days, Little Xiao would catch a new ferocious beast and offer it to Feng Zichen. Gradually, Feng Zichen became familiar with Little Xiao and decided to give it a chance to become his mount. To be honest, Little Xiao's appearance was really excellent. It had the magnificence of the phoenix, the dominance of the dragon clan, and the dignity of an emperor. It was indeed an excellent mount. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not have thought of making it his mount. How could the mount of great Emperor Ziwei be ordinary? Similarly, to a ferocious beast, being able to become great Emperor Ziwei's mount was also an incredible opportunity. According to Feng Zichen's research, Little Xiao should have the bloodlines of 2 Chaos Demon Gods at the same time, namely the Phoenix Demon God and the Emperor Demon God, which made it so extraordinary. Its shape was like a phoenix, which was inherited from the Phoenix Demon God. At the same time, the innate Emperor aura on its body, as well as the rainbow-colored feathers on its tail, were inherited from the Emperor Demon God. Emperor Phoenix Bird. Feng Zichen combined Little Zhao's appearance and named it the Emperor Phoenix Bird clan. However, Feng Zichen did not know if there was a second Emperor Phoenix Bird in this world. Originally, Feng Zichen wanted to call the Emperor Phoenix Bird Little Phoenix, but he felt that this name was not nice. It sounded like a homonym for Little Yellow, which sounded like a dog's name. It immediately lowered the Emperor Phoenix Bird's level. Therefore, Feng Zichen called it Little Xiao. Just like this, with Little Zhao's worship, Feng Zichen completed the 6 stages of the acquired realm at the fastest speed possible and met the prerequisites for cultivating the path of the celestial demon. Rumble. In a valley, rays of light rose, accompanied by the sound of landslides and tsunamis. This was the commotion caused by Feng Zichen opening his deity ocean. The reason why it was so intense was because there was a problem with it. Feng Zichen had always thought that opening the deity ocean was a very simple matter. In fact, it was indeed so in the beginning. He easily opened the bridge of heaven and earth and received the power of heaven and earth into his body to help him open the deity ocean. So far, everything had been going smoothly. However, after the deity ocean was opened, an accident happened. After the deity ocean was opened, a cultivator would obtain an opportunity, which was to awaken the innate bloodline in their body and choose one of them. With this bloodline as the foundation, they would constantly transform and finally transform into an innate life form, or even an innate celestial demon. Feng Zichen's body was formed by him combining the qi of Hongmeng with the qi of heaven. According to this, the innate bloodline that he awakened should be the Hongmeng bloodline. However, the reality was that Feng Zichen still underestimated the influence of Panga's bloodline on him. As soon as his deity ocean was opened, the bloodline power that originated from his previous life couldn't wait to surge out and directly occupy his deity ocean. It rose up, intending to transform Feng Zichen's body into the innate Taoism aptitude again. Feng Zichen's purpose of reincarnating this time was to get rid of the influence of Pangu's Taoism aptitude. Now, if he became the innate Taoism aptitude again, wouldn't his previous efforts be in vain? Therefore, Feng Zichen mobilized all his strength to suppress the surging power of Pangu in his deity ocean in an attempt to extinguish it. However, this was the 3 realms, the home of Panga's power. It was freely supported by the power of the underworld. Feng Zichen didn't need to use his cultivation method. The surrounding innate qi seemed to be inspired in order to drill into Feng Zichen's deity ocean, constantly strengthening the power of Pangu inside. Gradually, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed above Feng Zichen's head. ***, suppress it. The sudden change caught Feng Zichen off guard, but he was not a person who would give up without a fight. He guarded his mind and mobilized the Hongmeng's qi in the depths of his deity ocean, which had been pushed to the corner by Panga's power. Hongmeng Daozhong break. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the Hongmeng's qi and turned it into the appearance of Hongmeng Daozhong. Then he suddenly knocked on it. Dang, 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 dang. A series of rapid bell sounds were heard, and a mighty force stirred the surrounding void. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and spread in all directions, shattering the power of Pangu around him. Hongmeng Daozhong refined. With a whoosh, the Hongmeng Daozhong twisted and turned into a purple cauldron. It swallowed the shattered power of Pangu and quickly refined it. The essence of Hongmeng's qi was higher than Panga's power. This was Feng Zichen's opportunity to turn the tables. Boom, boom, boom. As it continued to refine Panga's power, the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong grew stronger and stronger, and the speed of refining also increased. Soon, the power of Pangu that it had swallowed was refined. Then, the Daozhong shook and spontaneously flew to the center of the deity ocean. It swallowed the surrounding power of Pangu, and then began to refine it crazily. Rumble. This time, Panga's power seemed to be enraged and completely boiled. It crazily attacked the Hongmeng Daozhong, trying to shatter it. However, the impact of Panga's power did not hurt the Hongmeng Daozhou. Instead, it helped it refine Panga's power. The more the Pangu's power slammed into it, the stronger the refining power of the Hongmeng Daozhou. Whoosh! Outside, sensing that Panga's power was gradually weakening, the vortex above Feng Zichen's head suddenly grew bigger. More and more Khanate Qi gathered and poured into Feng Zichen's deity ocean, causing the power of Pangu to grow stronger. With the support of the Khanate Qi outside, no matter how strong the Hongmeng Daozhou became, it always maintained a balance with Panga's power. It could not completely suppress Panga's power and refine it completely. Gradually, the two fell into a stalemate. However, even Panga's power could not endlessly mobilize the Khanate Qi. It would eventually reach its limit. At that time, Hongmeng's Qi would refine Panga's power, and Feng Zichen's Dao foundation would be strengthened. Moreover, Panga's power had swallowed so much Khanate Qi. When Hongmeng's Qi completely refined it, Feng Zichen's strength was bound to usher in a leap. Feng Zichen was very much looking forward to this. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and in these 3 years, many changes had occurred. For example, above Feng Zichen's head, there was a vortex dozens of feet wide, spinning rapidly. As the vortex spun, the Khanate Qi in the surrounding hundreds of miles was mobilized and poured into the cocoon below the vortex. That's right, a cocoon of light the size of a person was completely composed of Khanate Qi. Inside the cocoon was naturally Feng Zichen. Now, his cultivation had reached a critical moment. Panga's power had reached its limit. The speed at which it swallowed the Khanate Qi could not keep up with the speed at which Hongmeng's Qi was refining it. It was slowly being refined. And when Hongmeng's Qi completely refined Panga's power, it would be time for Feng Zichen to come out of seclusion. However, the atmosphere in the valley was a little strange. A large group of people had gathered nearby. Obviously, Feng Zichen's breakthrough this time had attracted the attention of many people. The Khanate Qi in the surrounding hundreds of miles had been mobilized. Everyone was not blind. How could they not see or feel it? Thinking that a precious treasure had appeared, the nearby masters rushed over. And, judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they had been here for more than a day or two. These masters were vaguely divided into 2 groups. One group was led by the human clan, occupying the south side of the valley. The other group was led by the demon clan, occupying the back of the valley. At this time, the 2 forces were confronting each other. No one wanted to give in to the other. Both wanted to take this unborn treasure for themselves. If Feng Zichen knew that he was being treated as a treasure, how would he feel? He would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. It was also at this time that a golden fire crow sensed the changes here. It flapped its wings and flew over. Chapter 859. This fire crow had a very high status in the demon clan. This was because when he came here, the surrounding demons, regardless of their strength, all bowed to him and faintly regarded him as their leader. When he came forward, the fire crow stared at the light cocoon that Feng Zichen had turned into and thought silently, what a rich Pangu's power. Who could it be? He was Dijun. He, who had also chosen to reincarnate, did not stay in the North Continent. Instead, he went all the way north and crossed an unknown distance to arrive at this very vast continent. This was simply a miniature version of the untainted land. There were also many powerful races, such as the demon clan, the human clan, the wizard clan, and so on. Therefore, Dijun chose this place as his training ground. With his natural emperor's aura, Dijun quickly became the saint of the demon clan here. Even the demon kings here respected him. No one knew what he had promised these demon kings. Today, Dijun came here because he heard that a true dragon had fallen here. Therefore, he specially came here to try his luck and see if he could dig out the corpse of the dragon clan at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when Dijun came here, before he found the dragon clan's corpse, he first sensed an extremely familiar aura. That was Panga's aura. As the top great medium in the untainted land, how could Dijun, not be familiar with Pangu's aura. In this place far away from the 5 major continents, he could sense Pangu's aura. Of course, Dijun was curious to meet someone he knew. For this reason, he specially came here to see who the person he felt familiar with was. However, after arriving here, Dijun stared at the light cocoon for a long time, but he could not see who was inside. After Feng Zichen changed to Hongming's aura, his aura changed greatly. Even his acquaintances might not be able to recognize him, let alone Dijun, who was not familiar with him. It did not matter if he could not recognize him. Dijun could wait. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, the whirlpool in the sky suddenly disappeared. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard from the cocoon. Look, the light cocoon is about to split open. The treasure inside is about to come out. Someone shouted excitedly when they saw this. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the valley became heavy. Everyone stared at the light cocoon, including Dijun. Within the cocoon of light, Feng Zichen's consciousness was slowly recovering. In his divine sea, all the power of Pangu had been devoured by the aura of Hongming, completely turning into a purple ocean. Rumble. As the aura of Hongming rolled, a powerful force gushed out from the life spring. It went all the way up from Feng Zichen's divine sea, directly condensing divine meridians for him. Soon, a set of divine meridians formed completely from Hongming runes appeared in Feng Zichen's body. Even so, less than 1/10 of the power of the aura of Hongming was consumed. Immediately, it continued to circulate in Feng Zichen's body, lighting up his acupuncture points. In the end, when Feng Zichen stepped into the Khanate realm and successfully condensed the Yin soul, the power of the aura of Hongming was exhausted. At this time, Feng Zichen had become a Khanate realm cultivator. His combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary earth immortal. Boom! Feng Zichen's body moved, and a bright divine light burst out from his body, shattering the cocoon of light that enveloped him. However, after the cocoon of light was shattered, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a robe and draped over Feng Zichen's body. It's not a treasure, it's a person. Seeing that after the cocoon of light was shattered, what appeared was not a treasure, but a person, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. Only Dijun's eyes suddenly burst with light as he stared at Feng Zichen. He recognized the other party's origin. No wonder he felt familiar. It was the aura of Ziwei's star. In this way, the other party's identity was confirmed. It was Ziwei the Great. He had long heard that a wisp of Ziwei the Great's innate true spirit had fallen into the mortal world. Everyone had searched for it for a long time, but could not find it. It turned out that it had been born here. After Feng Zichen opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returned. Suddenly, the noise around him entered his ears, making him feel extremely noisy. Then, he noticed that a burning gaze was staring at him. The burning gaze made Feng Zichen feel quite uncomfortable. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen looked in the direction of the gaze. As far as his eyes could see, it was a fire crow that was completely golden. This fire crow was unusually similar to the golden crow. If it was not for the fact that it had 2 legs instead of 3, Feng Zichen would have thought that it was the golden crow. A familiar feeling. Looking at this fire crow, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. At the same time, he also noticed that the eyes of this fire crow showed the same expression as his. The other party also felt that he was familiar. Who was he? Looking at the respectful attitude of the surrounding demons, Feng Zichen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and guessed the identity of this fire crow. It was Dijun. Dijun had been resurrected. It's you. It's actually you. The two of them stared at each other and actually said at the same time. Then, the two of them stood up at the same time and charged towards each other. Boom! Raging flames raged. Dijun flapped his wings, and the resplendent, true fire of the sun erupted from his body, enveloping his entire body. It turned into a dazzling great sun seal and blasted towards Feng Zichen. On the other side, on Feng Zichen's body, the Emperor's aura was vast and mighty. Resplendent starlight filled the air, converging into a majestic Zue Emperor's seal that faced Di Jun's divine ability. Boom! The two of them met in midair, and a powerful force overflowed in all directions, forming strong wind pressure that swept away all the surrounding weeds. Then, the two of them retreated at the same time. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. No, to be precise, Feng Zichen won. This was because Di Jun's current cultivation was slightly higher than Feng Zichen's. However, after exchanging blows with Feng Zichen, the two of them were actually tied. From the looks of it, Di Jun had lost. The two of them were at the same level. Di Jun was definitely not a match for Feng Zichen. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. When one's strength reached their level, a momentary victory or defeat was nothing. In the end, it still depended on one's means and planning. After all, so what if one's strength was stronger than the other? If one could defeat the other, could one kill the other? When one's strength reached the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, it was easy to determine the winner, but it was difficult to determine the life and death of the other. After the first attack, the two of them continued to exchange blows. They constantly collided in the air, causing the earth and rocks to crack and the mountain rocks to explode. Where did these two people come from? Why are they so strong? Seeing the two of them fighting, both sides wanted to go forward and help. The demon clan wanted to help Di Jun, and the human clan wanted to help Feng Zichen. Unfortunately, although the two of them were both in the Khanate realm, their combat strength was so strong that ordinary Earth immortals could not compare to them. No one could help at all. In particular, the divine powers of the two of them were even more confusing to the people present. This was because they could not tell at all whether the two of them were using divine powers or not. Although they could be called mystical powers, when the two of them fought, they used the most ordinary fighting style. The collision of fist against fist, the collision of flesh against flesh, it was all close combat, just like a brawl between mortals. There was no trace of mystical powers at all. But if they were not divine powers, right? The power of this move was too strong. Every move of theirs was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. When they moved, they could collapse mountains and crush stones. The power was so great that it was terrifying. However, these people's knowledge was shallow. They did not understand Feng Zichen and Di Jun at all. When the strength of the two of them reached such a level, their divine powers had long been integrated into every inch of their flesh and blood. It was as if they had become instincts. Every move of theirs was a divine power. A punch was a divine power. A kick was also a divine power. Even a sway of the body or a breath forward was also a divine power. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two of them were like mortals fighting. However, every move of theirs contained one or several kinds of divine powers. It was abnormally mysterious. The two of them fought excitedly. As they fought, they went all the way forward and went deep into the forest. Boom! At a certain moment, after the two of them attacked each other again, they suddenly retreated backward with the help of the force. They did not move forward anymore. Separated by a large distance, they faced each other from a distance. Looking at Feng Zichen, who was opposite him, Di Jun took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Di Jun, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Feng Zichen also looked at Di Jun and responded with a smile. Di Jun stared at him for a long time before he shook his head and said, "I really don't know who you are." After that, without waiting for Feng Zichen to speak, Di Jun continued, "You can hide it from everyone, but you can't hide it from me. You are not Great Emperor Ziwei, and you can't be him. The North Star was personally sealed by me and Tai. The divine ability used to seal, it was derived from the remains of the demon god, sealed by me and Tai. Even teacher doesn't know how to break it," Tai said with a smile. "Therefore, I can be sure that after being sealed by Tai and me, it is absolutely impossible for Ziwei Star to give birth to an innate demon god. He doesn't have the conditions at all." Speaking of this, Di Jun looked at Feng Zichen and asked word by word, "Then who are you?" Feng Zichen smiled and said, "Di Jun, why don't you take a guess?" Di Jun shook his head and said bluntly, "I can't guess. Since I woke up, I have been wondering who you are. How did you bypass the seal of Tai in me, enter Ziwei star, and be born as Great Emperor Ziwei? Unfortunately, I have thought for a long time, but I still can't get the answer. The only thing I can be sure of is that you are not a natural, innate demon god born by Ziwei star at all, but a great medium who took over the nest of Ziwei star and was born under the pretense of Ziwei star. Huh. After hearing Di Jun's words, Feng Zichen laughed a few times and said, "In the untainted land, there are many people who have guessed this, but only you can confirm it. You are indeed the person who established the heavenly court. You are indeed extraordinary." Feng Zichen did not hide his admiration for Di Jun. In terms of strength, Di Jun was not as good as Tai. In terms of background, Di Jun was not as good as Panga's eldest son, Di Jiang. However, in terms of courage, the two of them were not as good as Di Jun. If he did not have unparalleled courage, how could Di Jun have the idea of establishing the heavenly court, becoming the celestial emperor, and unifying the untainted land? Just the achievement of establishing the heavenly court was enough to make Di Jun's glory overshadow Tai, Di Jiang, and even the three pure ones. Thinking about it, when Tao ancestor Hong Jun first heard of Di Jun's idea of establishing the heavenly court, he was also shocked. This was a true path to heaven. It was many times more brilliant than Tao ancestor Hong Jun's method of Tao integration. If he really became the celestial emperor that Di Jun envisioned, he would be able to control the heavenly Tao naturally before long. This method was indeed more brilliant than Tao ancestor Hong Jun's method of controlling the heavenly Tao through Tao integration. If Tao ancestor Hong Jun could think of this method before Tao integration, there would probably be no Tao ancestor Hong Jun in this world. Instead, he would become the celestial emperor Hong Jun. Looking at Feng Zichen, the emperor said leisurely, "Are you still unwilling to tell me your origin? Now that things have come to this, you can't hide it for long. Why don't you tell me directly to relieve my curiosity?" "Can't hide it for long?" Feng Zichen did not believe a single word of Di Jun's words. Feng Zichen was not surprised that Di Jun could guess that he was not a natural innate saint born from the Ziwei star. Just as he said, many powerful people in the untainted land had this guess, but they did not have evidence. Only Di Jun, the person who sealed the Ziwei star with his own hands, could be very sure of this matter. However, Feng Zichen did not believe that Di Jun could guess his true identity. If he could, Di Jun would not have asked him. Moreover, it was not that no one had ever suspected that the great emperor of Ziwei was the great emperor of North Star, and the great emperor of North Star was the same person. But was this possible? Would anyone believe it if he said it out loud? These two great emperors were too dazzling, so dazzling that no one dared to treat them as the same person. Little did they know that the more impossible something was, the closer it was to the truth. Looking at the confident Di Jun, Feng Zichen said with some amusement, "Since you are so confident, why don't you investigate slowly and see if you can dig out my true identity?" Di Jun said with a smile, "This is meaningless. Instead of digging deeper into your identity, why don't I think about how to deal with you in the future?" After saying that, Di Jun suddenly turned around and left, flying into the distance. "My friend, the next time we meet, it won't end so easily." Watching Di Jun leave, Feng Zichen did not stop him because there was no need to. At the moment, neither of them could do anything to each other, so there was no point in stopping him. He could not kill the other party, so why bother? Instead of wasting his energy to keep Di Jun here, he might as well find a way to improve his strength so that he could suppress Di Jun the next time they met. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen also turned around and left, walking into the depths of the mountain range. He had to work hard to cultivate. The countless ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in this mountain range were the resources for his improvement. In addition, Feng Zichen would also care about the dragon corpse at the foot of the mountain. This was probably the biggest opportunity he had seen since coming here. After walking for a while, Feng Zichen wanted to hunt a few ferocious beasts, but he did not expect to find the inheritance of a predecessor when he happened to pass by a cave abode. From this inheritance, Feng Zichen learned that the continent he was on was called the Ancient Barrens Continent. P.S. Since no one likes it, I will not write this plot. I will start writing the esoteric debate tomorrow. Chapter 860. Putting aside the fact that Feng Zichen's reincarnation was cultivating hard in the Ancient Barrens mainland, many powerful beings in the 5 continents were almost done with their preparations as time passed. They were looking for the right time to reincarnate in the Central God Province. Meanwhile, Feng Zichen, North Star, sat quietly under the World Tree, waiting for the arrival of the Great Masters so that they could be reincarnated. However, before the powerful beings arrived, Feng Zichen, who was meditating with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a corner of the Central God Province in shock. He saw that the purple gas was vast and mighty, giving birth to all kinds of strange phenomena. Immediately, the purple gas suddenly condensed and turned into an old man in a purple robe who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Looking at the old man's appearance, it was obviously the Grand Pure One's good corpse, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Did the Grand Pure One's incarnation reincarnate in the lower realm? Of course not. Even if the Grand Pure One reincarnated into the human race, Feng Zichen would not be shocked, let alone Grand Supreme Elderly Lord reincarnated into the human race. In addition, even if the Grand Pure One wanted to reincarnate into the human race, he could not avoid Feng Zichen. He had to get his consent. However, the Taoist who looked like Grand Supreme Elderly Lord reincarnated into the human race without telling Feng Zichen. He could not help but be shocked. In the world, Feng Zichen could not think of anyone else other than Tao Ancestor Hongjun who could do that. Only Tao Ancestor Hongjun could hide from Feng Zichen's perception and reincarnate into the human race with the help of the heavenly Tao's power. Did that mean that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord in front of Feng Zichen was Tao Ancestor Hongjun? With that thought, Feng Zichen suddenly saw that the newly born Grand Supreme Elderly Lord seemed to have discovered his existence and winked in his direction. Immediately, boundless purple gas filled the air and blocked Feng Zichen's vision. Next, no matter how Feng Zichen tried, he could not break through the layer of purple gas. Good Lord, it's true. This is Tao Ancestor Hongjun. It should be the reincarnation of his thought. If it was the Grand Pure One, not only would he not be able to hide from Feng Zichen's perception, he would also not be able to block his vision. Therefore, there was a problem. What exactly happened to make Tao Ancestor Hongjun split a wisp of thought and reincarnate into the human race? Moreover, he did not use his own name, but used the name of the Grand Pure One to pretend to be his incarnation, the Grand Supreme Elder. Only Tao Ancestor Hongjun dared to do that. If it were anyone else, and you try to pretend to be the Grand Pure One, the first person to find trouble with you would be the Heavenly Tao. How could he be the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao? Next, the Grand Supreme Heavenly Tao could open a treasure that could open the heavens. It could not be heaven opening the heavens. However, if the person who impersonated him was Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the Grand Pure One would not even dare to fart. In fact, he could not take the initiative to expose Tao Ancestor Hongjun's identity. He had to think of a way to hide it from the world so that the world would believe that Tao Ancestor Hongjun's Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was his incarnation. The Grand Pure One thought, I'm in a difficult situation. Just as Feng Zichen had guessed, the Grand Pure One, who was in the 8th Scenery Palace, had mixed feelings. How could he not know that Tao Ancestor Hongjun had impersonated him? In fact, he knew it earlier than Feng Zichen. That was because before Tao Ancestor Hongjun reincarnated, he had sealed his incarnation in the heavenly courts, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and brought him with him. That's right. Although the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord of the Central Continent was Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the real Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was brought along by him and moved with him. Moreover, Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not block Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's perception. Therefore, he could clearly sense everything that was happening in the outside world. In other words, everything that Tao Ancestor Hongjun experienced would become his experience. The Grand Pure One knew the purpose of Tao Ancestor Hongjun's actions. That was to make it convenient for Tao ancestor Hongjun to return the identity to Grand Supreme Elderly Lord after the matter was completed. At that time, Tao ancestor Hongjun would retreat after succeeding. The real Grand Supreme Elderly Lord could also replace the fake Grand Supreme Elderly Lord without leaving a trace. That way, no one would know. Tao ancestor Hongjun's actions were equivalent to telling the Grand Pure One that his identity could not be leaked. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so much trouble to impersonate Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Master, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Now, I only hope that you don't offend a group of people and don't make the entire world your enemy. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. In the 8th Scenery Palace, the Grand Pure One's face was filled with bitterness. He was helpless. This time, he was destined to be the scapegoat for Tao ancestor Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun had to use his name to do things. Clearly, what he wanted to do was not something glorious. If that was not the case, couldn't he just act in his own name? This matter was either disgusting or disgraceful. However, no matter what, the final outcome would definitely be offending someone. Yes, the one who offended was Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, not Tao ancestor Hongjun. If someone else had done this, the Grand Pure One would have long taught him a lesson. However, if this person was Tao ancestor Hongjun, he could only accept it and hope that Tao ancestor Hongjun would offend fewer people. Sigh, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be his master, and he was his disciple? Feng Zichen did not know how depressed the Grand Pure One was, but he was quite puzzled now. Why did Tao ancestor Hongjun reincarnate all of a sudden? Did he have some plans? Or did he feel that the human race was developing too quickly and was preparing to use this opportunity to suppress the human race? His thoughts were in a mess. Feng Zichen could not figure out Tao ancestor Hongjun's purpose. Therefore, after thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided to reincarnate into the human race and personally see what Tao ancestor Hongjun was planning. However, he could not be the one to reincarnate this time. That would cause too much of a commotion. Someone else had to go. Who? Naturally, it was Xianqing. By now, Xianqing should have disappeared. Otherwise, if Xianqing's identity was exposed one day, it would be troublesome. The 3 Pure Ones would definitely fight Feng Zichen to the death. Moreover, thinking about that scene, Feng Zichen felt very awkward. In addition, no one would stand on Feng Zichen's side. He was indeed in the wrong. It was fine if he used his incarnation to acknowledge the 3 Pure Ones as his master, but after learning, he actually dared to become enemies with the 3 Pure Ones. This was deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. No, this was worse than deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Because Xianqing's identity had not been exposed yet, he was still a spy that Feng Zichen had placed beside the 3 Pure Ones. Was he playing a spy? Or was he playing the 3 Pure Ones like fools? If the 3 Pure Ones knew that the disciple that they had painstakingly cultivated was their mortal enemy, Feng Zichen's incarnation, they would go crazy with anger. They would directly become the laughing stock of the 3 realms. If Feng Zichen was one of the 3 Pure Ones, he would be so ashamed that he would want to commit suicide. The 3 Pure Ones might not want to commit suicide, but they would definitely want to kill Feng Zichen. The kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Feng Zichen had to take advantage of the fact that Xianqing's identity had not been exposed to completely eliminate this hidden danger. As for how to solve it, then he could only let Xianqing die. As long as Xianqing died, and it was the kind that could not be resurrected, then everything on him would vanish. The relationship between him and Feng Zichen would also be completely sealed, and no one would know. Then how would Xianqing die completely? That would be related to what he would do when he reincarnated into the human race. To be honest, Feng Zichen felt that he was wronged in this matter with Xianqing. He also did not want to play a spy. Back then, he let Xianqing become the disciple of the Shanqing saint because he felt that his future was uncertain. So he wanted to leave a way out for himself. If he was unfortunate enough to die in the calamity of the demon race's massacre, he could start over with Xianqing's identity. At that time, Feng Zichen would never have thought that he would come to this step today and become mortal enemies with the three pure ones. The heavens took pity on him. His original intention was really just to leave a way out for himself. Only the heavens knew that after countless years, things would develop to this step. This was all caused by too many accidents, and it had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. In addition, although Xianqing was prepared to become the disciple of the Shangqing saint, he had not gone yet. Had he? It was the Shangqing saint who took the initiative to take him as his disciple. It was not Xianqing who took the initiative. It was the Shangqing saint who took the initiative. He was passive. If there was someone to blame, it was the Shangqing saint's fault. In short, he was not wrong. It was all someone else's fault. Thinking of the scene when his identity was exposed in the future, Feng Zichen crazily pushed away the responsibility in his heart. On Penglai Island, Xianqing, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Sigh. In the end, we still came to this step. However, it is indeed time to end things with the three pure ones. If we continue to drag things out, it will only make things worse. When my identity is exposed, it will be a catastrophe of the world. With a sigh, Xianqing took a step out and left Penglai Island, rushing towards Golden Ao Island. With Xianqing's understanding of the three pure ones, once they knew the truth of the matter, they would definitely not have the intention to destroy the world and rebuild the universe in their anger. At that time, the world would be reopened, and everything in the past would be buried. The dark history of the three pure ones would naturally become empty. As for the great mediums, after seeing the three pure ones destroying the world, they would forget their memories of Xianqing. No, I almost forgot. Xianqing had not reached the realm of primordial chaos. So if the world was destroyed, he would also die. The immortality of the great mediums depended on the world of primordial chaos. If the world of primordial chaos was destroyed, the great mediums would lose their support. If they died, they would really die and would not be resurrected. If the three pure ones were ruthless, they could definitely destroy Xianqing completely at the cost of destroying the world. All traces of his existence would completely disappear, including everyone's memories of him. Only the existence of primordial chaos could vaguely remember that there was once a great medium called Xianqing in the primordial chaos. Don't doubt that once Xianqing's identity was exposed, the three pure ones would definitely be ruthless. The more they liked Xianqing in the past, the more they hated him. There was nothing they could not do. Xianqing's speed was very fast. Penglai Island was not far from Golden Ao Island. So, Xianqing arrived at Golden Ao Island very quickly. When he arrived at the island, Xianqing went to the Shangqing Palace with ease. That was the place where the sect leader of Tongtian cultivated. Along the way, he did not meet many disciples of the Jie sect. After the God Investiture tribulation, the Jie sect still withered. Other than the core disciples, most of the ordinary disciples were basically dead. They were either on the God Investiture list or the Ghost Sealing list. In the past, the Jie sect, which had tens of thousands of immortals, was no longer at its peak. However, even so, the Jie sect was still stronger than the Chan sect. As for the Western sect, they could not be compared. Even if the number one sect in the primordial chaos suffered heavy losses, it was still the number one sect in the primordial chaos. It was not that the Jie sect was too strong, but the performance of the other sects was too weak. Outside the Shangqing Palace, Xianqing shouted respectfully, "Disciple is here to pay respects to Master." With a creak, the door of the Shangqing Palace slowly opened. At the same time, the sect leader of Tongtian's voice sounded, "Come in." After Xianqing entered the palace, the sect leader of Tongtian opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Xianqing, why are you free to come here today?" The sect leader of Tongtian paid a lot of attention to Xianqing, the most outstanding disciple. He knew that Xianqing had been stimulated by his good friend's attainment of the Tao. In recent years, Xianqing had been living in seclusion and working hard to cultivate so that he could reach the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian as soon as possible. Since Xianqing was working so hard, the sect leader of Tongtian naturally could not say anything. He could only support Xianqing silently and occasionally explain the Tao of the primordial chaos to Xianqing. However, Xianqing did work hard. Although Xianqing's realm was still at the great completeness of the sage to be, his aura was more stable. He was not inferior to those great mediums at the peak. This meant that Xianqing had reached the extreme of the sage-to-be realm and could start to break through the realm of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Yes, after the sage-to-be great completeness, Xianqing could break through and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was the real cultivation sequence. After the sage-to-be realm was the primordial chaos. There was no such thing as a half-step. When Xianqing's realm reached the great completeness, he could break through. The so-called half-step primordial chaos was the result of the failure of breaking through the sage-to-be great completeness to the primordial chaos. They were stronger than the sage-to-be great completeness, but weaker than the real primordial chaos. They were stuck in the middle. Therefore, they were called half-step primordial chaos. Half-step primordial chaos were all failures. As for those who succeeded, they directly attained the Tao and became the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. At this time, Xianqing had reached such a realm. The reason why he could cultivate so fast could only be said that the green lotus of creation was awesome. It was worthy of being the ultimate treasure of creation. The 24th grade green lotus of creation was the #1 auxiliary ultimate treasure of the untainted land. Even the jade plate of creation could not compare with it. Xianqing sat cross-legged on the green lotus. His cultivation increased rapidly like a rocket. In just hundreds of thousands of years, he had reached the extreme of the sage-to-be realm. Xianqing bowed to the sect leader of Tongtian and said, "Master, I'm going to reincarnate into the human tribe to practice my own path of great Tao. Therefore, I am here to report to you." Hearing this, the sect leader of Tongtian nodded and said, "That's right. Recently, many great superpowers are going to reincarnate into the human tribe to practice their own path of great Tao and find their own opportunities to attain the Tao. If you reincarnate at this time, you could discuss Tao with them. Maybe you can break through. P.S. Interspersing the two plots." Chapter 861. Do you want me to ask the human sovereign to leave a place for you to be reincarnated? Xianqing shook his head and said, "Master, you have forgotten that I am an immortal master of the human clan. I have been worshipped by the human clan for generations. If I want to be reincarnated into the human clan, even the human sovereign can't stop me." Tongtian smiled and said, "Indeed, I have forgotten that you have a high status in the human clan. You have the destiny of a human clan. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have to respect you when they see you." After chatting with Tongtian for a while, Xianqing didn't forget the purpose of his visit. He said to Tongtian, "Master, I plan to go all in this reincarnation. I will be reincarnated with my original body, not as a strand of true spirit." Huh? Suddenly, the prime of Tongtian widened his eyes in shock. This expression shouldn't have appeared on Tongtian's face, but it still appeared. It could be seen that Xianqing's words had shocked Tongtian. "Reincarnated with your original body? Are you crazy?" The prime of Tongtian asked in disbelief. No wonder he was so shocked. What Xianqing said was too shocking. It was too dangerous to reincarnate with one's original body. It would be fine if there was no accident. But if there was an accident, although there was no risk of death, his cultivation would be in danger. At that time, tens of millions of years of cultivation would be gone. It would take at least millions of years to recover. This feeling was even worse than death. Therefore, Tongtian wanted to persuade Xianqing to change his mind. "Xianqing, with your talent, you will achieve Tao sooner or later. Why are you so persistent now? Even if you fail now, there will be a next time and a time after that. There is no need to do such a dangerous thing and gamble with your cultivation." Tongtian thought that Xianqing must have been stimulated by external factors. Seeing that more and more great mediums were about to achieve Tao, He didn't want to fall behind others. That was why he couldn't wait to achieve Tao. Qianqing shook his head and said, "Master, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. The idea of reincarnating with my original body was not made on impulse. I have thought about it carefully. Disciple has been in seclusion for many years, and I roamed the river of space-time day and night in search of an opportunity to break through. One day, I had a feeling in my heart and saw the great Tao. I understood that the opportunity to achieve Tao was in this reincarnation." The Tongtian sect leader was silent. Since Qianqing said that this was his chance to achieve Tao, it meant that he had already made up his mind and would not change it easily. Since things had already come to this, the Grand Master of Heaven should not continue to persuade him. However, for some reason, he had a bad premonition in his heart. It was as if he would lose this disciple forever if he agreed with Qianqing's decision. Under the influence of such emotions, the Prime of Tongtian tried to persuade him again. "Do you really want to do that? Can't you use another method?" Qianqing continued to shake his head and said firmly, "Master, we can't retreat. The Grand Tao is right in front of me. If I retreat, a flaw will appear in my Tao heart. I'm afraid I'll never be able to attain the Tao. Disciple, there is no way out. I can only fight with all my might." Attaining the Tao was a very mysterious thing. If you didn't see the opportunity to attain the Tao, nothing would happen. However, if you saw it, you would give it up because of fear. This fear would be imprinted in your Tao heart. The next time you attain the Tao, it would be magnified infinitely, making you unable to attain the Tao in this life. On the road of Tao, there was no retreat. This was how it was. As soon as he said this, the Tongtian sect leader knew that he could not persuade him. He could only say, "Forget it. It's all up to you." Seeing the Tongtian sect leader's expression, Qianqing could not help but laugh and say, "Master, look at what you're saying. It's as if I will definitely fail. Since I dare to put all my eggs in one basket, I naturally have full confidence. Besides, I'm a great medium. I'll always exist with the heavens and the Tao. I'll never die. So what if I fail? I won't die anyway. At most, I'll start over." But Master's expression makes it seem like you're going to be separated forever. You, the Tongtian sect leader, who was still sulking, was angered by Qianqing. He picked up the horsetail whisk in his hand and was about to hit Qianqing. However, Qianqing smiled and dodged. "Master, you're busy. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." As he said this, Qianqing left quickly as he was afraid that the Tongtian sect leader would continue to hit him. After Qianqing left, the smile on the Tongtian sect leader's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Although what Qianqing said was the truth, there was still a haze lingering in the Tongtian sect leader's heart. If there was really no problem with this matter, why would he have a bad feeling in his heart? The reincarnation of Qianqing was not that simple. After thinking for a while, the Tongtian sect leader could not think of a reason. In the end, he could not help but sigh. Forget it. The poor Wei will spend more energy to keep an eye on Qianqing's reincarnation for a while. See what's going to happen to him. If there's really someone who wants to hurt the disciple of the poor Wei, don't blame the Qingping sword in the poor Wei's hand for being ruthless. In the end, the Tongtian sect leader's voice could not help but have a strong murderous intent. Being accompanied by the four immortal slaying swords day and night, how could the Tongtian sect leader not have a murderous intent? Qianqing, who had already walked far away, did not hear what the Tongtian sect leader said just now. If he had heard it, he would probably be moved and be more determined to walk on the road to death so that he could cut off the relationship between himself and the three pure ones. Really, it could not be delayed any longer. On the way, Qianqing did not notice the situation around him because he had something on his mind. He just kept walking forward until a gentle voice sounded, which woke him up. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Qianqing looked up and found that the person who called him was the three pure ones. He was about to leave the island, and the three pure ones were about to enter the island. They bumped into each other. "Greetings, junior sisters." Qianqing nodded and greeted the three pure ones. He was about to leave, but at this moment, he heard Yun Xiao ask, "Are you leaving, eldest senior brother?" Xianqing nodded and replied, "Yes." He could not help but stop in his tracks, because he had just remembered something. After this reincarnation, he was destined not to come back. What would happen to the three immortal island? And what about those creatures in the East Sea who were under his protection? Thinking of this, Xianqing suddenly said to the three pure ones, "Junior sisters, can I ask you for a favor?" When the three cloud fairies heard that, they hurriedly replied seriously, "Of course. We owe senior brother a debt of gratitude. Senior brother's matters are our matters. Even if we have to risk our lives, we won't frown." These words made Xianqing a little embarrassed. He quickly said, "Junior sister, you're being too serious. What I want to ask for your help is not a big deal. I just want you to help me take care of the three immortal island and the creatures outside the island while I'm away." "Leave? How long will eldest senior brother be away? Do you need me to help you take care of the three immortal island?" Knowing that Xianqing was going to leave for a while, Yin Xiao quickly asked, "How long would he be away?" Of course, he would never come back, Xianqing replied in his heart. However, he could think that way, but he could not say that out loud. Xianqing pretended to think for a while and said, "How long will he be away? It's hard to say. At least 100 years or 1,000 years. At most, it might be 1,000,000 years." Yin Xiao asked in confusion, "Where is eldest senior brother going? It's actually going to take so long?" Xianqing smiled and pretended to be mysterious as he replied, "You'll know after a while." At this point, before Yin Xiao could ask, Xianqing interrupted, "All right, don't ask about me. Let's talk about whether you agree to my request." Hearing this, the three pure ones hurriedly said, "Junior sister has no reason to refuse senior brother's request. That was an agreement." Although the three pure ones had not reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests, they were probably not far off, especially when the three of them worked together to set up the 9 Bends Yellow River Array. Even the Khanate Taoist priests would have to suffer. With the three sisters protecting the three immortal island, the safety of the EC living beings inside and outside the island was guaranteed. As for why he asked the three pure ones to take care of the three immortal island and not other junior brothers and sisters, such as Duo Bao. Of course, it was not because the three pure ones were good-looking, but because they were born and raised in the East Sea like Xianqing. With his karma, they would treat the living beings near the three immortal island more attentively. It was because they had the same interests. No matter how deep their relationship was, there would be a day when they were indifferent. Only benefits could last forever. If they asked other junior brothers for help, it would be fine if Xianqing did not show up for 1,000 or 10,000 years. However, if this time was extended to 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, and Xianqing did not show up for a long time, no matter how great their relationship was, it would be over. As such, they would abandon these living beings in the East Sea sooner or later if they had no interest in them. However, the three pure ones were different. The East Sea was their natural base, and these living beings in the East Sea would become their subordinates. Therefore, they would be more attentive to the living beings in the East Sea and would not become estranged because of the passage of time. After all, the living beings near the three immortal island had worshipped Xianqing for tens of millions of years. With this relationship, even if Xianqing left, he would leave a way out for them. In this way, their acquaintance was not in vain. In that case, I'll thank you in advance, junior sisters. Xianqing nodded and thanked the three purities before taking his leave. Just as Xianqing was preparing to arrange the reincarnation matters, some of the great mediums were already fully prepared. They separated a strand of divine sense and set off to the central divine prefecture to meet the human emperor and obtain the qualifications to reincarnate from him. This was not difficult. The purpose of doing this was just to tell the human emperor that they were ready to reincarnate and not to treat them as stowaways and kill them. At the same time, it was also to let the human emperor know who had reincarnated into the human race. It was to prevent them from being accidentally injured when cleaning up later. Those who had greeted the human emperor would naturally have no problem reincarnating. However, those who did not greet the human emperor but secretly reincarnated should not blame the human emperor for being ruthless. destroying a strand of divine sense was still a light punishment. Who knows, they might even follow this strand of divine sense to investigate and find a location of their original body. Whether this was possible or not depended on Feng Zichen's mood. Fellow Taoists, you can reincarnate, but don't kill all your relatives and friends just to cut off the karma. If you really do that, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Just before the great mediums reincarnated, Feng Zichen gave them a final warning. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen said so. If these great mediums were to reincarnate into the human race, they would definitely have an additional father, mother, and a bunch of relatives and friends. When the great mediums' thoughts returned to their original bodies, what would happen to their relatives? Could it be that they had to be taken away? Definitely not. Who would be willing to have an additional pair of parents for nothing, especially these connate saints who were born by heaven and earth? Then, in this case, letting these relatives die silently was the best choice. Your Majesty, don't worry. Poor Wei and the others are not people of the Devil Dao. How could they do such a heartless thing? In this reincarnation, since poor Wei and the others have already separated this strand of divine sense, they have no intention of taking it back. In this way, all the karma will be in this strand of divine sense incarnation. When poor Wei and the others disperse their incarnations, all the karma will disappear and it will not affect their original bodies. A Taoist said loudly. Hearing this, Feng Zichen nodded and agreed with him. If the divine sense did not return to the original body, then all the experiences and karma in this life would have nothing to do with the original body. Naturally, there would be no more scruples. The so-called parents were the incarnation's parents. What did it have to do with the original body? Glancing at everyone, Feng Zichen said, Since you all know what to do, I won't say anything else. Fellow Taoists, please do as you please. After saying that, Feng Zichen slashed down with his sword and opened up a huge reincarnation passage in the void. Entering it, one could be reincarnated as a human. As for when to enter, Feng Zichen did not care or ask. It was all up to the powerful cultivators. On the ground, many powerful cultivators were preparing to reincarnate into the human race. It was very lively, and the underground was not calm either. First, a huge spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the reincarnation hall, alarming the entire three realms and attracting the attention of many powerful cultivators. Unfortunately, before these powerful cultivators discovered anything, Goddess Hoodoo had already activated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and used the power of reincarnation to envelop the netherworld, sealing it completely so that outsiders could not see anything. However, although they could not see what was happening in the netherworld, everyone could roughly guess. Who else in the primordial world could create such a strong spatial fluctuation other than space ancestral Magus Dijiang? Thinking back to the origin of heaven and earth that fell from the boundless starry sky before Ziwei the Great sealed it, it was not difficult to guess that it was most likely the return of ancestral Magus Dijiang. The 12 ancestral Magi palaces had suppressed the primordial world for many years and had accumulated a lot of power for the return of the ancestral Magus. In addition to the origin of heaven and earth left behind by Ziwei the Great, it would not be difficult for Goddess Hutu to revive ancestral Magus Dijiang. P.S. Rich woman, where are you? I don't want to work hard anymore. Chapter 862. He just didn't know how much strength Dijiang had left after his resurrection. How long would it take for him to recover to his peak? Was 100 years, 10,000 years, or millions of years? Also, since Dijiang had returned, would his old enemy, Dijun, return be far away? The two of them were old enemies. Their luck would naturally be tied together. If one side was resurrected, the other side would most likely be resurrected and returned in a short period of time under the guidance of the aura. It was chaotic. It was all chaotic. Dijiang and Dijun had suddenly resurrected. No one knew what kind of changes their resurrection would bring to the current 3 realms. At this moment, The group of powerful beings still didn't know that Jun had actually been resurrected and returned long ago. It was just that he was training in the ancient Barrens continent and didn't appear in the five continents. If they knew this news, the powerful beings of the primordial world would most likely not be shocked, because the present was different from the past. In the past, Jun was the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. His realm was higher than everyone. But now, everyone was about to step into this realm and stand at the same height. As such, they weren't as afraid of Jun and Jun as before. In short, they had become stronger, and they had confidence in their hearts. The news of Jun and Zhang's return was like a huge rock suddenly thrown into a calm lake in the current three realms. Not only did it cause huge ripples, but it also stirred up the lake water. It caused unknown variables to occur in the established future. These were all irresistible. Although everyone felt helpless, they could only silently adjust their plans to deal with the changing situation in the future. The fluctuations of Zhang's recovery also covered up the movements in another place in the Nether Realm. Just as Goddess Hotu used the power of reincarnation to seal the entire Nether Realm, the Lord of the Blood Sea, Nether River Patriarch, suddenly walked out of the Blood Sea and came to Fengdu City to visit the Emperor of Feng. Nether River Patriarch came to Fengdu City because he had something to ask the Emperor of Feng. It seemed that those great masters who were inferior to him had all found their way to Dao and were preparing to ascend to primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, he had been standing at the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian for many years. He was known as the existence closest to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the primordial chaos. However, he had been stuck at the half-step primordial chaos realm and could not advance. The Nether River Patriarch couldn't help but panic. How could he not be anxious? Aside from Jun and Tai, the Nether River Patriarch was the first among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace to reach half-step origin creation realm. He was far ahead of everyone else. Not too long ago, the Nether River Patriarch had witnessed the heavenly Tao with his own eyes, which allowed him to take a small step forward in his cultivation. He was now only a hair's breadth away from Daluo Jinxian. The Nether River Patriarch had thought that he would be able to break through the gap with just a simple seclusion. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. No matter how hard the Nether River Patriarch tried, this gap was like a natural chasm that he could not cross. When the 10 primordial chaos Dao masters preached, the Nether River Patriarch went. When the Daluo heavenly Dao preached, he also went. They all gained something, but he just couldn't break through. Now, all his fellow Taoists had found the opportunity to break through to the primordial chaos realm. Only the Nether River Patriarch was still at a loss. He didn't know when he could break through. His cultivation was about to fall from the first to the last. How could the Nether River Patriarch not be anxious? Also, the fact that he couldn't break through for a long time was about to become a sore point for the Nether River Patriarch. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, he should have broken through long ago, but he just couldn't. The Nether River Patriarch had also deduced the reincarnation verification method, but it was useless to him. He had used all his methods, but he couldn't break through. He checked himself, but he couldn't find the problem. The Nether River Patriarch was worried sick. He couldn't be stuck at the half-step primordial chaos realm for the rest of his life, right? That wouldn't do. If he couldn't break through to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he would die. If Xinyuanzi successfully became the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he would definitely not let him go. Even if he risked offending the Netherworld realm, he would go to the Blood Sea to kill him. Therefore, the Nether River Patriarch had to achieve the Tao. It was not for anything else, but for survival. It should be so. At the bottom of the Blood Sea, the Nether River Patriarch thought about it and finally walked out of the Blood Sea and went to Fengdu City. He planned to ask the Emperor of Fengdu if he had a way to solve his problem. It had to be said that Fengdu's acting skills were still good. In addition, with the cooperation of Goddess Hotu, the Nether River Patriarch didn't see any flaws over the years. He still thought that the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was an old antique from the primordial world. Therefore, in the Nether River Patriarch's opinion, the ghost emperor of Fengdu, an old antique, was experienced and knowledgeable. He might be able to find the reason why he didn't understand. Under the guidance of the unseen, the Nether River Patriarch came to Fengdu City. The ghost emperor of Fengdu was still at the half-step primordial chaos realm. In terms of strength, he might not be as strong as the Nether River Patriarch. However, his true body was an extraordinary expert at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos. Therefore, the ghost emperor of Fengdu, whose cultivation was only at the half-step primordial chaos realm, already had the characteristics of a primordial chaos realm expert. In terms of realm, he was much higher than the Nether River Patriarch. With this advantage, the emperor of Fengdu, who was in Fengdu City, had already sensed it when the Nether River Patriarch moved. He sent his disciple, Tongyu, out in advance to welcome the Nether River Patriarch. Netherworld Hierarch, Master has been waiting for you in the Netherworld Hall for a long time. When the Nether River Patriarch approached Fengdu City, Tongyu took the initiative to say. The Nether River Patriarch was shocked when he heard that. He came to Fengdu City on the spur of the moment without any warning. Even so, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was still able to calculate his itinerary. This cultivation was truly astonishing. It was definitely not something an ordinary primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could do. The Nether River Patriarch was confident that even a saint would find it difficult to calculate his itinerary. However, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu could calculate it. This was very shocking. Although this did not mean that he was stronger than a saint, it was enough to prove that in some aspects, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was better than a saint. Thinking of this, the Nether River Patriarch could not help but be more certain that the Emperor of Fengdu was definitely the incarnation of a senior expert. At the same time, he was more confident about the result of this trip. Perhaps the Emperor of Fengdu could really solve the doubts in his heart. At this point, the Nether River Patriarch calmed down. He looked at Tongyu and said unhurriedly, "You are Tongyu, fellow Taoist Fengdu's new disciple?" Tongyu was not afraid of being stared at by the Nether River Patriarch. He replied respectfully, "Yes, I am." Seeing that Tongyu's expression did not change under his gaze, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes could not help but reveal a hint of admiration. Not bad, not bad. As expected of fellow Taoist Fengdu's disciple. Just this courage has already surpassed many living beings in the three realms. Who was the Nether River Patriarch? He was an innate saint born from the killing intent of heaven and earth. He cultivated the innate Tao of slaughter. His eyes contained boundless killing intent. There were images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, blood floating in the air, and the corpses of gods and demons lying on the ground. Ordinary Taoist priests would tremble in fear if they were stared at by him. However, Tongyu's expression did not change. It was clear that he was extraordinary. You are the first innate god and demon born from the Ghost Tao. If there are no accidents, it will not be difficult for you to become a great divinity in the future. It is also not impossible for you to strive for the supreme primordial chaos Tao realm. After praising Tongyu, the Nether River Patriarch took out a blood-colored lotus seed and handed it to Tongyu. The sea of blood is so filthy that it is difficult to breed treasures. Therefore, I don't have anything good in my hands. Only this red lotus seed can be taken out. I will give you one as a meeting gift. Although Tongyu was born later and was a living being of the three realms, he was also a person who was well-read. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with the few precious treasures of the Nether Realm. In the Nether Realm, apart from the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc, the most precious treasures were the 4 great spiritual treasures in the Nether River Patriarch's hands. They were the Supreme Grade Connate Merit Numinous Treasure, the Northern Mystic Origin Water Control Flag, the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire, and the 2 Connate Killing Swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi. In the Emperor of Fengdu's handwriting, he held the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire in high esteem. It was said that its power was comparable to Connate absolute treasures, and was a rare treasure in the world. Therefore, Tongyu, who had read the Emperor of Fengdu's handwriting, was very familiar with the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire, even though he had never seen it. The Red Lotus seed was the seed of the Red Lotus of Hellfire. It was divided into the first, second, and third generations, corresponding to the superior grade, medial grade, and inferior grade connate spiritual treasures. Tongyu identified it with the method written by the Emperor of Fengdu, and found that the lotus seed given by the Nether River Patriarch was the first generation lotus seed. In other words, if the red lotus seed was nurtured properly, it would at least be a superior grade connate spiritual treasure. It was even possible for it to be a supreme grade connate spiritual treasure. It was a great gift. This was it. The Nether River Patriarch was indeed the richest person in the Nether Realm. It was hard to refuse such a great gift. Tongyu also knew that a big shot like the Nether River Patriarch would not go back on his words. If he said that he would give the red lotus seed, then he would definitely give away. Therefore, Tongyu did not pretend to refuse. He accepted the red lotus seed and thanked the Nether River Patriarch. "Thank you for the gift, Martial Uncle." At this time, the Nether River Patriarch laughed. "Ha! The poor way likes you more and more. You are much better than those idiots from the Ashura tribe. It's also because you have already taken fellow Taoist Fengdu as your master. Otherwise, I would have snatched you over to be my disciple." At this point, the Nether River Patriarch could not help but complain. It's also the poor way's luck has been bad recently. There are connate god fiends being born everywhere in the three realms. Only my blood sea has not shown any signs of activity. It's really infuriating. With that, the Nether River Patriarch shook his head and followed Tongyu into Fengdu City to meet the Emperor of Fengdu at the Nether Hall. Nether Hall. If the Hall of Reincarnation was the sacred ground of the Nether Realm, the Nether Hall was the center of power in the Nether Realm. It was named after the Nether Hall, which showed its status. After leading the Nether River Patriarch to the Nether Hall, Tongyu consciously retreated. The Nether River Patriarch, on the other hand, stepped into the Nether Hall alone. Looking at the Nether River Patriarch who stepped into the hall, the Emperor of Fengdu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Nether River, why do you have time to come to the poor way's place?" Hearing that, the Nether River Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Fengdu, why do you ask when you already know the answer? The matter of achieving the Tao is really difficult for the poor way." The Nether River Patriarch did not hide his purpose since he had a favor to ask. He directly stated his purpose of coming. At the same time, he also knew that since the other party had predicted his return, he naturally guessed his purpose of coming. In that case, there was no point in hiding his purpose of coming. It was better to say it openly. Hearing the Nether River Patriarch's words, the Emperor of Fengdu immediately fell silent. It was not that he did not know the crux of the Nether River Patriarch's problem. On the contrary, it was because he knew the crux of the Nether River Patriarch's inability to achieve the Tao that he could not say it. It was not that the Nether River Patriarch could not achieve the Tao, but that he had missed the opportunity to achieve the Tao. At the end of the Primeval Age, before the 5 continents were established, the Primeval Age had 2 earth-shattering battles with the Chaos Demon Gods in the Primeval Age. Nearly 20 Chaos Demon Gods were involved in this. And these 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods were the opportunities for the Nether River Patriarch to achieve the Primeval Age of Chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, he did not realize it himself, so he missed 2 opportunities in a row. That was why he could not achieve the Tao. How could the 3rd opportunity to achieve the Tao be so easy to wait? As for why the Emperor of Fengdu did not remind the Nether River Patriarch at that time, it was not that he had a problem with the Nether River Patriarch, but he did not realize it at that time. It was only when he saw that the Nether River Patriarch could not achieve the Tao that he figured it out. Seeing the hesitation on the Emperor of Fengdu's face, the Nether River Patriarch immediately guessed that he indeed knew the reason, but he could not say it out loud. Taking a deep breath, the Nether River Patriarch bowed to the Emperor of Fengdu and said somewhat pleadingly, "Fellow Taoist, please tell me the reason why the poor way could not achieve the Tao." Sigh. The Emperor of Fengdu sighed and said slowly, "The poor way has known you for many years. Seeing that you are stuck at the last half step, I'm also very anxious for you. So, in recent years, the poor way has been thinking, fellow Taoist, your realm is already enough, but why can't you achieve the Tao? I've thought about it for a long time and finally figured out some ideas. Hearing this, although the Nether River Patriarch was excited, he still held back and did not speak. He patiently waited for the Emperor of Feng Du to say the reason. However, at this moment, the Emperor of Feng Du suddenly asked him, fellow Taoist, do you still remember the 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods? The Nether River Patriarch was stunned. Although he did not know what this question had to do with his Tao, he still replied, of course I remember. In the battle in the chaos beyond the heavens, the poor Wei was able to glimpse the heavenly Tao, and his cultivation improved greatly. The battle in the wilderness officially confirmed the current situation of the 3 realms. These were earth-shattering events that could not be forgotten even if he wanted to. Of course, the Nether River Patriarch remembered. Sigh. After a long sigh, the Emperor of Feng Du said helplessly, fellow Taoist Nether River, these 2 battles were your opportunity to achieve the Tao, but you missed them one by one. As soon as Feng Du said that, not only did Patriarch Nether River not feel relieved, but he became even more confused. Why did his opportunity to achieve the Tao should be in these 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods? He did not feel anything at all? The Nether River Patriarch could not help but ask, fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Could it be that the poor Wei's delay in achieving the Tao is related to these 2 battles? Chapter 863. Instead of answering Nether River Patriarch's question, Feng Du asked, what Tao do you cultivate? Nether River Patriarch blurted out, the Tao of Massacre and the Khanate Blood Tao. Nodding, Emperor Feng Du replied, how about these 2 great Taos? This time, Nether River Patriarch thought for a while before replying. The Tao of Massacre is unparalleled. In terms of lethality, it should be in the top 3 in the primordial world. That's why the Tao of Massacre harms the harmony of heaven and earth and is difficult to achieve. The Khanate Blood Tao uses blood to trace back to the beginning of all living beings. Comprehending the true drop of life can also transform all living beings with blood. It's also the most superior great Tao in the primordial world and is difficult to cultivate. Feng Du Ghost Emperor agreed. Yes, both the Tao of Massacre and the Khanate Blood Tao are top-notch great Taos in the primordial world with unparalleled power. Once they achieve Tao, they will definitely bring you an unimaginable transformation. However, as you said, these 2 great Taos are too harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth. Therefore, the heavenly Tao doesn't want anyone to achieve this Tao, which makes the conditions for achieving Tao extremely harsh. Speaking of this, Feng Du Ghost Emperor suddenly stood up and looked at Nether River Patriarch, saying in a deep voice, according to the results of the poor Wei's many years of deduction, those who cultivate the Tao of Massacre have to kill a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian to achieve Tao. Similarly, those who cultivate the Khanate Blood Tao have to devour the blood of a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian to achieve Tao. In this case, do you understand why I said that the 2 battles with the Chaos Fiend God were your opportunities to attain the Tao, fellow Taoist? Emperor Feng Du's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Nether River Patriarch's heart, making him speechless for a long time. It was indeed too shocking. Nether River Patriarch had never thought that the 2 Khanate Taos he cultivated were so difficult to achieve. If he had known this, he would have still chosen to cultivate the Khanate Blood Tao and the Tao of Massacre. Don't ask why, because they were too strong. After a while, Nether River Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, I see. No wonder you said that the 2 battles were my opportunities to achieve Tao. Yes, it was an opportunity to attain the Tao. It was also an opportunity to pick up scraps. At that time, nearly 20 Chaos Fiend gods had been beaten to the brink of death by a group of primordial chaos experts of the Untainted Land. As long as the Nether River Patriarch had hardened his heart and seized the opportunity to give the Chaos Demon God a final blow at all costs, he would have attained Tao by now and would not be stuck at half-step primordial chaos like he was now. After an unknown period of time, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly said in a daze, "Fellow Taoist, do you think the poor way still has a chance of attaining Tao?" At this moment, the old master Nether River was truly in despair. He felt that the future was bleak, without a single bit of light in sight. The Nether River Patriarch was confident that he could defeat a primordial Daluo Jinxian, but he could not kill a primordial Daluo Jinxian. It was not that easy to kill a primordial chaos expert. Even if he fought at all costs, he could only determine victory and defeat, not life and death. Not to mention primordial Daluo Jinxian, the Nether River Patriarch might not even be able to kill a primordial chaos expert of the same level. The higher the level, the harder it was to kill. That was true. The Emperor of Fengdu was speechless as he looked at the despairing Nether River Patriarch. No one had missed 2 opportunities to attain Tao in a row. According to the Nether River Patriarch's situation, it was indeed very difficult for him to attain Tao. After all, the previous 2 situations were extremely rare. It would be very difficult for it to happen a 3rd time. How could there be so many chaos fiend gods lying down for the Nether River Patriarch to kill? The Emperor of Fengdu opened his mouth and wanted to comfort the Nether River Patriarch. However, he did not know what to say and could only turn into endless silence. Silence. A long silence. Just as the Nether River Patriarch's heart was gradually dying, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's heart suddenly thumped like never before. At the same time, scenes of the future appeared in the Emperor of Fengdu's mind one after another. It was an extremely tragic battle, and the location of the battle was in the Nether Realm. At some point in time, large patches of brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the dark Nether Realm. The golden light was peaceful and domineering. Wherever it passed, all living beings that were illuminated by it, no matter what kind of expression they had before, would have a peaceful expression afterwards. Although this golden light had never appeared in the primordial chaos, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu recognized its origin at first glance. It was the light of Buddha, the purest light of Buddha. Why would the light of Buddha appear in the Nether Realm? The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu suddenly looked up and saw that at the end of the Nether Realm, several figures shrouded in bright light of Buddha were besieging an emperor wearing a crown. That emperor had the appearance of the Fengdu Ghost Emperor. Turning his head to look in another direction, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu saw the Nether River Patriarch, but his situation was not good. He was fighting with Zhen Yuanzi, who had already attained the Tao, and was firmly suppressed by the other party. It would not be long before he would end up being suppressed. As he continued to observe the battlefield, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu realized that almost all the Nether Realm experts were targeted. Wait, no, not all of them. Goddess Hutu and Ancestral, which Xianming were not there. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Fengdu scanned the battlefield. Then he saw the figure of Goddess Hutu in the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, at this moment, Goddess Hutu's situation was not good. The Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the Bell of Chaos, these 3 great heaven-opening treasures were summoned at the same time. They turned into the shape of a giant axe in the sky and suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation, so that Goddess Hutu could not help the Nether Realm. As for Ancestral, which Xianming, the Emperor of Fengdu also saw him. He was in the Nanzhan Department continent, leading a group of grand shamans to invade the demon race. The current situation was very obvious. The Buddhist sect was invading the Nether Realm on a large scale. They wanted to suppress all the experts of the Nether Realm so that they could take the Nether Realm into their own sphere of influence. As for why the Buddhist sect wanted to invade the Nether Realm, the reason was very simple. It was written in the teachings of the Buddhist sect. Boom! Just as the Emperor of Fengdu was thinking, he heard a shocking explosion. The Emperor of Fengdu, who was surrounded by several figures shrouded in Buddhist light, was smashed into pieces. At the same time, with the death of the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, all the images shattered. Suddenly coming back to his senses, the Emperor of Fengdu's expression was very ugly. That's right. Anyone who knew that they were besieged to death would be in a bad mood. Although he was just an incarnation, it was not a big deal if he died. Moreover, the future shown in the images might not come true. However, the Emperor of Feng-Du was still unhappy. In the images of the future, the human race did not intervene in this battle. It was not that the human race and the sorcerer race had become enemies, but the future shown in the images had many limitations. It cannot be done in all aspects. It could only predict the future that was most likely to come true. This was foreseeing the future. It was an ability that Feng Zichen naturally possessed after he reached the ninth heaven of Hunyuan realm. As long as anyone whose cultivation was lower than Feng Zichen's, as long as they had the intention to scheme against him, Feng Zichen would be able to sense it. Feng-Du and Feng Zichen were at the same time, so they naturally had this ability. However, the strength of the two saints, Zhuanti and Zhuani, was far inferior to Feng Zichen. Therefore, when the two saints of the West had the intention to scheme against the ghost emperor of Feng-Du, he had sensed it. The Buddhist sect is invading the nether realm on a large scale. Very well, Zhuanti, I haven't gone to find trouble with you, but you have come to find trouble with me first. You are really courting death. Let's have a good time. What CG saw just now was that the anger in the Emperor of Feng-Du's heart could not stop rising. With other incarnations around and the imminent resurrection of Dijiang, the future scene that the ghost Emperor of Feng-Du had seen just now was almost impossible to realize. However, the fact that the two saints of the West had schemed against him was real. It cannot be faked at all. This made the Emperor of Feng-Du very angry. In order not to expose his identity, he had already suppressed his anger and did not go to find trouble with the two saints of the West. But even so, the other party dared to take the initiative to come to him. How dare they? The Emperor of Feng-Du was furious, so he wanted to take revenge. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Since the two saints of the West dared to scheme against him, then they could not blame him for scheming back. The abnormality of the Emperor of Feng-Du naturally could not be hidden from the perception of the Nether River Patriarch. In the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch, the Emperor of Feng-Du was first absent-minded for a moment. Then he suddenly came back to his senses. As if he had been greatly stimulated, his expression became uncertain. Curious about the change in the Emperor of Feng-Du, the Nether River Patriarch asked in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist, did something happen? Why did you lose your composure like this?" The Emperor of Feng-Du waved his hand and was about to say that it was nothing, but suddenly his expression froze. Then, he revealed an ecstatic expression and said to the Nether River Patriarch excitedly, "Fellow Taoist, Poor Wei has thought of a way to let you attain the Tao." Hearing this, the Nether River Patriarch was stunned, as if he did not dare to be confident. But soon, he reacted and hurriedly asked the Emperor of Feng-Du, "What method have you thought of?" Ahem. After calming himself down, the Emperor of Feng-Du regained his calm and composed appearance. Then, he said to the Nether River Patriarch, "The method is actually not difficult. With your strength, it is not difficult for you to do it. However, whether you want to do it or not depends on whether you are brave enough." Hearing what the Emperor of Feng-Du said, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But in the end, his desire to attain the Tao suppressed the bad feeling in his heart. He said to the Emperor of Feng-Du, "Fellow Taoist, just tell me what method you have. Poor Wei has no way out now. If you can't attain the Tao, you will definitely face a situation of certain death in the future. So, fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about anything. As long as you can attain the Tao, even if you have to attack a saint, the Poor Wei will not hesitate." "All right." The Emperor of Feng-Du nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are right. If you want to attain the Tao, you have to attack a saint. Kill the saint to become a primordial chaos." The Emperor of Feng-Du said boldly, but the Nether River Patriarch was not frightened. He only said in a deep voice, "Please tell me the details of how to do it." The Nether River Patriarch did not think that the Emperor of Feng-Du said that he would really kill a saint. Thinking about it, he knew that it was unrealistic and impossible. He could not even kill a Taoist master who had just entered the primordial chaos, let alone a saint who was stronger than most of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. If they really fought, it would be good if the other party did not kill him. The Emperor of Fengdu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are one of the few powerhouses in the celestial sect of wonders. You have always understood the method of killing 3 corpses better than the poor way. In that case, the poor way would like to ask fellow Taoist, is the 3 corpses avatar considered one with the main body?" The Nether River Patriarch nodded subconsciously and said, "Of course. The 3 corpses are also a part of the body. In the future, they will have to be taken back after attaining the Tao. If they are not one, how can they be integrated?" At this point, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have understood something. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you mean to let the poor way kill a saint avatar?" The Emperor of Fengdu replied, "Yes. Indeed, with the Nether River Patriarch's current strength, trying to kill a saint was no different from committing suicide. However, it was much easier to kill the 3 corpses avatar of a saint. As everyone knew, although the 3 corpses avatar was strong, it could not reach the level of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. With the Nether River Patriarch strength, he could even fight against a primordial chaos powerhouse. If he was well prepared, it would not be difficult to kill a saint avatar if he was caught off guard. The 3 corpses avatar was one with a saint. If the Nether River Patriarch could kill it, he could be considered as close to killing a saint, and a saint would only be stronger than the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, not weaker than the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Therefore, after killing the saint avatar, the Nether River Patriarch's Tao of Slaughter would be complete. He would then attain the Tao and break through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Similarly, if he could refine the flesh and blood of the saint avatar, the Nether River Patriarch's Khanate Blood Tao would also be complete. By then, the Nether River Patriarch's strength would soar as the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Compared to these gains, offending a saint was nothing at all. After thinking about it, the Nether River Patriarch said, "This method is feasible, but who should I target?" At this moment, the Emperor of Fengdu laughed. Who could he target? It had to be the 2 saints of the West. This was retribution for daring to scheme against him. "I'll kill one of your avatars first and make you the laughingstock of the primordial world. After that, I'll slowly settle the score with you." Walking to the Nether River Patriarch, the Emperor of Fengdu whispered, "Pick the weak. Since you want to target a saint, you must target the weakest one." Then, the Emperor of Fengdu analyzed for him. The 3 pure ones are said to be separated, but the brothers are against the wall. If you target the 3 pure ones, it's hard to guarantee that the 3 of them will not join forces to deal with you. Therefore, the 3 pure ones are not desirable. The Nether River Patriarch nodded and said, "What you said makes sense." The Emperor of Fengdu continued to analyze. "You all won't do either. She seems to be alone, but she has the entire human race as her backing. If they really fight, the 3 pure ones may not be her match." Chapter 864. Therefore, the only target you can choose to attack is Saint Juan-Ti. Firstly, although the 2 sages of the West seem powerful, they are not on the same side as us Panga gods. They are rootless duckweeds in the primordial world and are not accepted by everyone. Even if they suffer losses, no one will stand up for them. Secondly, Saint Juan-Ti is the weakest. Only by attacking him will you have a higher chance of success. Thirdly, which is also the most important point, among the 6 sages, only Saint Juan-Ti's incarnation often appears in the 3 realms. The incarnations of the other sages rarely appear. If you want to attack, you can only find Saint Juan-Ti's incarnation. After listening to the Emperor of Fengdu's analysis, Patriarch Mingi felt that it was quite reasonable. "You are right. The 2 sages of the West, as the descendants of the Chaos Demon God, not only appeared in the primordial world openly, but they also stole the position of sages. It is really hateful. If I can find a chance to kill one of their incarnations and make the West lose face, even if I can't achieve Tao, I can at least vent my anger." Patriarch Mingi was also very dissatisfied with the two sages of the West. After all, he was an innate saint born from Pangu's filthy blood. Although he was not an authentic Pangu, he still had Panga's bloodline. He was innately disgusted with the descendants of the chaos demon god. Patriarch Mingi, who did not like the two sages of the West, was even more displeased after learning about their identities. That was to say, he was not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have killed his way to Mount Meru in the West. Patriarch Min was also an impatient person. After he made up his mind, he wanted to leave right away. Thank you for clearing my doubts, brother. If I have any achievements in the future, I won't forget the kindness of your guidance today. But now, the poor Wei is eager to achieve Tao, so I will go to the Nether Blood Sea to make arrangements. Coincidentally, the Nether Blood Sea is not far from the west. When the poor Wei finds a place, I will lure the incarnation of Ancestor Zhuan-Ti here and kill him with the Blood Sea. Seeing that the Nether River Patriarch was so anxious, the Emperor of Fengdu understood his eagerness to attain the Tao. However, he still advised, fellow Nether River Patriarch, you are too anxious. You're showing signs of entering the calamity. How could the incarnation of a saint be so easy to kill? Even if his strength is inferior to yours, is the incarnation of Saint Zhuan-Ti dead? Is it made of wood? Can he just watch his fellow Taoist kills his incarnation? Of course not. If the incarnation is in danger, Saint Zhuan-Ti will definitely sense it immediately and save it. At that time, it's not certain who'll be hunting who. After listening to the Emperor of Fengdu's words, the Nether River Patriarch calmed down. He knew that he had been too anxious to attain the Tao, so much so that he could not calm his emotions. His Tao heart fluctuated too much and almost attracted the tribulation of Tao attainment. There were tribulations when one was trying to prove their Tao. Naturally, there were also tribulations when one achieved their Tao, and they were even more terrifying. This was the tribulation of destruction. The great Tao was destroyed, and the true spirit merged with the world. From then on, it existed with the world, undying and indestructible. At the same time, it would completely lose its consciousness and be assimilated by the world. Although this was not considered death, in fact, it was no different from death. Moreover, it was a complete death, the kind that could not return. The path of Tao attainment was difficult, and difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to the risk of martyrdom. This was not just a saying. However, although the tribulation of destruction was terrifying, in fact, this tribulation was rarely triggered. The probability of 1 in 1,000 primordial chaos experts triggering it was already very high. This was a tribulation that only existed in legends. However, although the tribulation of destruction had never appeared, it did not mean that it did not exist. In this world, there were always unlucky people. If someone was unlucky, they might encounter the tribulation of destruction. Take the Nether River Patriarch, for example. After missing 2 opportunities to attain the Tao in a row, he was already on the verge of death. The next time he tried to prove his Tao, he might attract the tribulation of destruction if he was not careful. At the same time, if the Nether River Patriarch still failed in his 3rd attempt to attain the Tao, then it would be difficult for him to attain the Tao in this life. Because the 4th time he attained the Tao, he would definitely trigger the tribulation of destruction. The first time he attained the Tao, there was almost no possibility of triggering the tribulation of destruction. However, the 2nd time he attained the Tao, he might encounter it. The 3rd time, he could clearly sense the tribulation of destruction. The 4th time, he was destined to trigger the tribulation of destruction. The more times he failed to attain the Tao, the greater the possibility of triggering the tribulation of destruction. The Nether River Patriarch really had no way out. If he could not attain the Tao this time, he would not be able to attain the Tao in this life. Therefore, he was abnormally anxious. However, it was also because of this that he should be calmer. Every time there was a major event, he needed to be calm. After calming down, the Nether River Patriarch thanked the Emperor of Fengdu. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist brother. It was the poor Wei who lost her composure. But how should we deal with Saint Zhuan-Ti? The poor Wei is no match for him at all. Moreover, among the people the poor Wei knows, the only one who can stop Saint Juan-Ti is Goddess Hutu. It seems that I have to ask Goddess Hutu for help. I just don't know if she is willing to help. Thinking of Saint Juan-Ti, the Nether River Patriarch felt a headache because he was really no match for him. If not for the Netherworld Blood Sea, he would have been killed in a single blow. Hearing that the Nether River Patriarch wanted to ask Goddess Hutu for help, the Emperor of Feng Du could not help but shake his head. If the Nether River Patriarch really gave up his pride and asked Goddess Hutu for help, Goddess Hutu would most likely agree. However, it was definitely not now. At the moment, Di Jiang had just returned, and Goddess Hutu's main energy had to be placed on him. Only after Di Jiang's strength recovered would he be able to help the Nether River Patriarch. However, that would be many years later. The Nether River Patriarch might not be able to wait. Moreover, when that time came, he might not need Goddess Hutu's help. With a mysterious smile, the Emperor of Feng Du said, "Fellow Taoist, Nether River, don't be impatient." The poor Wei predicted that within 10,000 years, there will be an unprecedented change in the Western sect. At that time, your chance will come. The Nether River Patriarch was puzzled and asked, "What change?" The Emperor of Feng Du shook his head and said, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." While the Nether River Patriarch and the Emperor of Feng Du were discussing, the Central Divine Prefecture of the 5 great continents welcomed an unprecedented change. It was the reincarnation of a great divine power that had descended. Boom, boom, boom. Almost every once in a while, the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture would shake, causing the fixed future to change. At the same time, every time the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture shook, the rest of the destiny in the world would gather towards this place. Later on, the destiny of the 3 realms all gathered in the Central Divine Prefecture. Not only that, even the various famous mountains, rivers, grotto heavens, and blessed lands that had long moved away from the ground and escaped into the depths of the void, which were the dojos of the great divine power, also separated a wisp of destiny and gathered in the Central Divine Prefecture. At this moment, the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture could be said to be the highest in the 3 realms. Even the heavenly court could not compare to it. Such a huge amount of destiny also caused an unknown change in the Central Divine Prefecture. Its future became chaotic, and no one could see through it. Under the gathering of destiny, countless people with great destiny, heroes, and heroes were born. There were many heroes, and no one was willing to submit to the others. Naturally, countless troubles were born. In just a few short decades, several countries in the Central Divine Prefecture were destroyed, and dynasties changed. That's right, Feng Zichen still used the feudal system to rule the country. Under the Human Tao Imperial Court, there were hundreds of thousands of vassal states of various sizes. These states varied in size. Although they all had their own systems, the Human Tao Imperial Court reigned supreme. All of them had to follow the orders of the Human Tao Imperial Court and submit to the jurisdiction of the Human Tao Imperial Court. Every 100 years, they even had to offer offerings to the Human Tao Imperial Court. Of course, in reality, the Human Tao Imperial Court rarely interfered in the internal affairs of these vassal states. Most of the time, they were autonomous, unless they really could not stand it anymore. For example, when the ruler of a vassal state caused the people to be angry and the Human Tao Imperial Court noticed, the Human Tao Imperial Court would intervene, depose the ruler, and appoint a better ruler. Although the feudal system was outdated, in the current environment, it was the best choice. Who did not want to be the human emperor? It could be said that every human had the dream of becoming the human emperor. They wanted to become the human emperor of the generation and command the primeval land and all the races in the universe. Feng Zichen was very supportive of the idea of his clansmen. After all, only with ambition would there be motivation. Only then would the clansmen be forced to work harder in cultivation. If the path to advancement was blocked, the clansmen would lose their future. Then, they would lose the motivation to cultivate. The entire race would appear lifeless. In this way, the race would not be far from decline. Making a name for oneself and accomplishing great deeds was the nature of the human race. Any force that dared to suppress the nature of the clansman would be crushed by the angry clansman and become the dust of history. Feng Zichen naturally did not want to see this happen. Therefore, in the early days of his rule, he did not choose a centralized system. Instead, he used a more ancient feudal system. Of course, Feng Zichen also made some changes to the so-called feudal system. He created 5 new noble titles under the human king. From high to low, they were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. These 5 noble titles could not be conferred unless one had made great contributions. Those with noble titles were the dukes of the human race. Only dukes were qualified to establish a country. Among them, the country established by a baron was the smallest. It was a small country. The country established by a viscount was a viscount. The country established by a count was a count. The country established by a marquis was a marquis. The country established by a duke was a dukedom. Above the duke was the human king. The human king did not need to establish a country because they themselves had supreme power to assist the human emperor in ruling all races. If the human emperor was not around, the human king would be the master of the human emperor. It could be said that the human king was a small version of the human emperor. A more vivid way of saying it was that the human king was a strong competitor for the human emperor. If the human emperor abdicated, the next human emperor would be born from the human kings. Commoner, baron, viscount, count, divine marquis, duke, human king, and human emperor. These 8 levels were the promotion path of the human race. A mortal, from the moment of birth, was an ordinary commoner. Then, through diligent cultivation, he could increase his strength and establish a career, step by step increasing his rank from commoner to a baron, then to a viscount, then to an earl, then to a marquis, as long as one was willing to work hard. In theory, everyone had a chance to become the human emperor, although it was very slim. However, it was precisely this slim chance that inspired generations of humans to work hard in cultivation and expand the territory of the human race, slowly increasing the strength of the human race. Now, in the Central Divine Province, there are many big countries and many small ones. It was the result of the efforts of generations of humans. Under the human emperor, there were 3 human kings, 36 duke, 108 divine marquis, and countless counts, viscounts, and barons. All of them showed the prosperity of the Central Divine Province. One had to know that times had changed. In the past, Daluo Taoist priests could become a human king. But now, no matter how weak a human king was, he was at least a quasi-saint. As for the duke, every one of them was a Khanate Taoist priests. As for the divine marquis, they were perfected Khanate Tao lords. The 3 human kings were 3 quasi-saints. 36 Grand Dukes meant 36 Khanate Tao Masters. The 108 Divine Marquis were 108 perfected Khanate Tao Lords. And this was only the forces on the surface of the Central Divine Province. 3 sovereign personages and 36 Grand Dukes did not mean that the Central Divine Prefecture only had 3 pre-saints. Of the 36 Zenith Heaven Holy Lords, there would always be a portion of them who pursued the Tao wholeheartedly and did not want to go through hardships in the mortal world. Therefore, these people didn't enter the human emperor as officials. Instead, they lived in seclusion in the various famous mountains and rivers of the Central Divine Province. They either cultivated in seclusion, oversaw a region, or founded a sect. In short, there were people doing all kinds of things. Within the Central Divine Province, there were many countries, each of them doing their own thing. As a result, there were many conflicts between the various vassals, and sometimes wars would break out. Almost every once in a while, an old vassal state would disappear and a new one would be established. Of course, these referred to the small countries. After reaching the level of a marquisate, there were very few that were destroyed. As for the duchies, since their appearance, their numbers had only increased and never decreased. With the Daluo Taoist priests overseeing them, the duchies were almost eternal. They might be weak for a while, but there was no risk of them being destroyed. As for the chaotic wars between the countries, Feng Zichen's attitude had always been to ignore them. As long as there wasn't a large-scale massacre of the common people, there was no sign of the human emperor among the countries. Only in chaotic times could true experts be born. Feng Zichen had always believed in this. Therefore, he clearly had the ability to stop the chaotic wars between the countries, but he had never done so. Feng Zichen wanted to use the chaotic wars between the countries to give birth to true experts for the human race. Without experiencing a storm of blood and wandering between life and death, how could one become a true expert? Peace would only make people gradually comfortable. Only danger could motivate people to continuously improve. If all the countries developed peacefully and lived in harmony with each other, then why would Feng Zichen need to give out titles? Wouldn't it be better to just centralize power? After the birth of the countries, there would be a large number of experts born for the human race. That was why Feng Zichen adopted the feudal system. Chapter 865. Speaking of which, Feng Zichen's method was very similar to raising venomous insects, but it didn't matter as long as they could become stronger. In addition, because of the existence of the God realm and the central divine prefecture, death didn't mean the end of life for the living beings here. After the death of the human clan in the central divine prefecture, ordinary mortals would be sent to the underworld for reincarnation. But for the outstanding human clan, sometimes death was a new beginning. They could go to the God realm to become gods or serve as ghost messengers or as judges. The outstanding ones could even become city gods or even higher-level patrols. Even if they didn't want to become gods, it didn't matter. They could also become earth gods to protect the land, become mountain gods to protect the land, or become guardian gods to deal with the injustice in the world. Under Feng Zichen's rule, the central divine prefecture was really ruled by both human clan and God. The human emperor even had the ability to confer titles to gods. The so-called burning incense divine path, in the hands of Feng Zichen, completely flourished in the central divine prefecture and reached an unprecedented peak. As for the so-called backlash of the dragon aura, Feng Zichen's cultivation was too strong. He was so strong that the backlash of the dragon aura couldn't do anything to him. In the end, the principle of the backlash of the dragon aura was even solved by Feng Zichen and easily refined it. In other words, Feng Zichen could be the human emperor for as long as he wanted, and there would be no danger of the backlash of the dragon aura. After being the human emperor for a long time, Feng Zichen began to think about the plan of the God Emperor in the past. Now, he was trying to merge the human emperor's Tao fruit with the North Star Emperor's karmic position. He was trying to merge the two into one and become a stronger God Emperor's Tao fruit, which was comparable to the Celestial Emperor. Once Feng Zichen succeeded, the Heaven Realm would change its name to the Immortal Realm in the future. After Feng Zichen became the God Emperor, the gods would be under his jurisdiction, and the immortals would be under Hao Yin's jurisdiction. In that case, the Heaven Realm without gods and only immortals would become the Immortal Realm. The Celestial Court would also be changed to the Celestial Court. By then, the Divine Court, the Immortal Court, and the Yin Court would rule the three realms together. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen rarely paid attention to the human race. Take the past few years as an example. Most of the great masters who had reincarnated into the human race had grown up. No, it was not appropriate to call it growth. This was because these great mediums were not reincarnated to cultivate again. Instead, they were a strand of divine consciousness that had entered the world. Although this strand of divine thoughts was not as strong as the original body and did not have the power to destroy the world, they still had the memories of the original body and even the realm of the original body. Therefore, although the reincarnations of these powerful beings did not have powerful magic power, they could manipulate the power of heaven and earth with a thought. With a wave of their hand, they could even change the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary Duo Taoist priests would not be their opponents and would be easily crushed by them. Apart from the fact that they were strong enough, More importantly, the true bodies of these great divine masters were still there, still alive. This was the reason why they were so strong. However, the reincarnations of these great divine masters did not show great strength at birth because of their agreement with Feng Zichen. Instead, they were like light and dust, and as time passed, they improved their strength step by step. Until recently, as the destiny of the central divine region became more and more intense, the situation became more and more chaotic. Strong masters emerged in large numbers, and countless grasslands rose up, fighting and fighting for hegemony on the earth. The relationship between the various countries became more and more tense. The entire central divine region seemed to have become a huge barrel of gunpowder. It was only one spark away from exploding. It was also at this time that the reincarnations of the great divine masters began to gradually show their talents. They lobbied between the various countries and explained their ideas to the nobles. For a time, a large number of new sects in the central divine region jumped out enthusiastically, attacking each other and arguing with each other. The debates between the vassal states and the debates between states became a spark that ignited the entire central divine prefecture, causing the current situation to be extremely chaotic. Although Feng Zichen was aware of this, he did not care about it. This was all agreed before. As long as these great divine masters followed Feng Zichen's rules, then Feng Zichen would not interfere with their actions. He had been silently watching from his side. It was under such circumstances that Qianqing reincarnated. In the creation pool of Penglai Island, immortal master Qianqing sat cross-legged on the 12th grade creation green lotus, looking at the people in front of him with a smile. Junior brother, junior sister, why do you look so sad? I'm just reincarnating and cultivating again, not entering the path of destruction. In just a few tens of thousands of years, we can meet again. Why do you have to act like a little girl? Qianqing's voice was as relaxed as usual, with a hint of teasing. He did not take the reincarnation matter to heart at all. In front of him were the disciples of the Jie school, such as Duobao, the goddess of golden spirit, the goddess of Wudong. After they heard from the Grand Master of Heaven that Qianqing was going to reincarnate and cultivate again, they all rushed to Penglai Island, saying that they wanted to send Qianqing on his last journey. Qianqing, thank you all. Although it's reasonable, at Senior Brother's realm, it's still too dangerous to reincarnate and cultivate again. If you're not careful and get plotted against, I'm afraid that your tens of millions of years of cultivation will turn into water overnight. Duobao said helplessly. He was still not optimistic about Qianqing's choice. He was not a small cultivator like a celestial immortal or a Qian immortal who could reincarnate and cultivate again. There were not many concerns. However, Qianqing was already a top-notch great divine master in the world. Once he reincarnated, it was unknown how many people were coveting his origin and wanted to devour him. The reincarnated Qianqing was even more tempting than the meat of Tripitaka. If they devoured him, they could have tens of millions of years of cultivation for nothing, or they could refine a top-notch innate spiritual treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even with the protection of a saint, it will be difficult to suppress the greed in some people's hearts, forcing them to take risks and make unwise moves like scheming against Qianqing. Therefore, in Duobao's opinion, Qianqing's decision was still inappropriate and needed to be reconsidered. However, after hearing Duobao's words, Qianqing reprimanded him without holding back. You're also the first disciple of the Jie school. Why are you so cautious? Everyone knows that the doctrine of the Jie school is to take a chance of survival from the world and step on the road of transcendence. Is it dangerous for me to reincarnate and cultivate again? It's definitely dangerous, but it's also because of this that I have the chance to achieve the great Tao. You have to know that the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. If I can survive this, I'll definitely achieve the great Tao. The road to achieving the great Tao has always been full of ups and downs. When has it ever been simple? Is there no risk in changing to another method? It's the same as a 90% chance of survival. It's just that the way it's presented is different. When one's strength reached the level of Qianqing, they had their own understanding of the world and would not be swayed by external things. To be precise, they were abnormally persistent. Once they made a decision, they would not change it and would not listen to others' advice. Xianqing was not the only one who was like this. All the great divine powers were like this. If the Grand Master of Heaven could listen to the advice of the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, why would he take in so many disciples and end up in this world today, causing brothers to be at odds with each other? They were all people who could not be persuaded and were difficult to be swayed. Seeing this, Duobao did not persuade him anymore. He just sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted the supreme Dongxian's spiritual treasure, Immeasurable Salvation Sutra, for Xianqing. This was a Taoist scripture that the three pure ones jointly deduced when their relationship was at its best. It was abnormally mysterious and could help the living become immortals and the dead be released. All sentient beings in the three realms could be saved. Unfortunately, not long after this Taoist scripture was deduced, the three pure ones gradually had a gap. Not long after, they separated. This supreme Taoist scripture that witnessed the brotherhood of the three pure ones was also shelved. Very few people heard about it, and naturally, very few people cultivated it. However, at that time, Xianqing was a disciple taught by the three pure ones. When a Salvation Sutra appeared in the world, he was taught this scripture and learned it. Therefore, Xianqing knew it. Later on, Xianqing taught the Salvation Sutra to Duobao. As for whether Duobao taught it to others, Xianqing did not know. At this time, Duobao was chanting the Salvation Sutra for peace of mind. He wanted to use this supreme Taoist scripture to remove the disaster on Xianqing. Although it was not very useful, it was his intention. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xianqing's body suddenly burned with green flames. That was the fire of creation and also the fire of the great Tao. It came from the great Tao and could burn everything. Junior brothers and sisters, I'm leaving. As he spoke, Xianqing's physical body had already been melted by the fire of Tao. It then burned Xianqing's primordial spirit and even his true spirit. The fire of Tao was merciless. Soon, Xianqing's entire body was melted. However, Xianqing was a top great attainment saint. Although the fire of Tao was strong, it could not burn him into ashes. At the end of the fire of Tao, there was still a little bit of Xianqing's physical body left. No matter how the fire of Tao burned, it could not burn it. That was the essence of Xianqing's physical body. His huge innate fiend god body was burned until there was only a little bit left. It could be said that the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. The power it contained was extremely terrifying. It surpassed the sage-to-be realm and touched the threshold of the origin realm. It was not only Xianqing's physical body. His innate primordial spirit and undying true spirit were also burned until there was only a little bit left. They had reached the level of the origin realm. In the fire of Tao, they shone with radiant light. They were immortal and indestructible. What was condensed was the essence. As if provoked, the fire of Tao burned even more fiercely. The terrifying heat melted the void and distorted the rules. It forced Duobao and the others to retreat quickly. Slowly, the remaining three forces of Xianqing also showed signs of melting. Whoosh! At this moment, the 12th grade green lotus of creation under Xianqing trembled slightly. Large amounts of holy light of creation gushed out and disappeared into the remaining forces of Xianqing. In an instant, Xianqing seemed to have been sublimated. The quality of his innate true spirit was further improved. He transformed from a top innate fiend god to an innate saint. More radiant light of Tao was born from the remaining forces of Xianqing, making it more mysterious. The green lotus of creation was a sacred item of the path of creation. Even Pangu could transform it, let alone Xianqing. Moreover, Xianqing's green lotus of creation was called 12th grade. However, it was actually 24th grade. Like the three heaven-opening treasures, it was the top innate merit true treasure. In terms of power, the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation was not inferior to the Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the Chaos Bell. In some aspects, it was even better. The 36th grade Green Lotus of Creation was enough to breed a Chaos Fiend God. It was not difficult for the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation to breed an innate saint. Xianqing had obtained the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation for many years. However, he had never used the power of the Green Lotus of Creation to transform himself from a top innate fiend god to an innate saint. His purpose was to wait for this moment. At this critical moment, he would transform himself, complete his Tao foundation, and cultivate the origin Tao fruit. Under the burning of the Tao fire, Xianqing's remaining forces first absorbed the holy light of creation and then slowly merged into one. The innate true spirit, innate primordial spirit, and innate physical body were completely mixed into one. They were no longer separated. The physical body was the true spirit, and the primordial spirit was the true spirit. At this moment, Xianqing's power and the entire origin Tao had reached a perfect state. In the Tao fire, a small ball of clear light rose slowly. It was perfect and flawless, and the origin Tao was integrated into one. It bloomed with radiance, illuminating the boundless universe and the infinite time and space. Under the illumination of this clear light, the Tao fire gradually extinguished. Only the clear light remained. It was like the sun in the sky, unmoving. This was Xianqing. At the same time, he was also the origin Tao fruit. It was the origin Tao fruit that was formed after Xianqing, the celestial lord of Xian sect, burned everything he had. With this origin Tao fruit, Xianqing, who was reincarnated, only needed to cultivate step by step. When his cultivation reached the state of great perfection of a sage to be, he could cultivate this origin Tao fruit in one go and become the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. This Tao fruit was formed after Xianqing's cultivation reached its peak. It was very compatible with him, and there was no difficulty in cultivating it. In other words, Xianqing's path to Tao had been opened, and all he lacked was time. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's what this Brad is planning. No wonder he didn't want to tell me. This method is too risky. If I'm not careful, I'll die. If I knew in advance, I would definitely try my best to stop him. On the Golden Turtle Island far away, the Tantian sect leader, who was silently observing Xianqing, could not help but reveal a look of relief when he saw this scene. He finally knew what Xianqing's plan was. The so-called reincarnation was just a pretense. His real goal was still to reach the peak, burning everything he had, and in the most desperate situation, he saw a glimmer of hope. From there, he could reach the peak and enter a new state. This method was the real method of dying 100 million times. If 100 million people used this method to break through, it would be considered good if one person could survive. Chapter 866. He was gambling with his life. Therefore, if the Tongtian sect leader knew about Xianqing's plan in advance, he would not have allowed him to do so. It's still too rash. Although Xianqing succeeded, the Tongtian sect leader did not feel relieved. He just felt that Xianqing was too risky and should not have done such a dangerous thing. Using this method to ascend to the extreme was not the right way to break through. However, this method was indeed powerful. Regardless of the level, as long as he succeeded, he would be able to advance to the next realm. Remember, it was any realm. After successfully ascending to the extreme of the Sky Immortal, he would be a Xian Immortal. After successfully ascending to the extreme of the Sage to Be, he would be a primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He had to succeed to break through the realm. If he failed, he would only be left with death, and his Tao would vanish. Even if Xianqing was immortal, if he failed to ascend to the extreme this time, he would not have an easy time. He would have to start all over again. Xianqing's primordial chaos Tao, fruit, rotated above the green lotus of creation for a moment. Then, it slowly dissipated and disappeared. It had already carried Xianqing's remnant true spirit and reincarnated. Although Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit had been refined, it did not mean that he had directly broken through to the realm of the primordial chaos. There was still a process. Only when his cultivation had recovered to its peak and he had refined the primordial chaos Dao fruit could Xianqing be considered to have reached the realm of the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. The moment Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit disappeared, the Tongtian sect on the Golden Turtle Island took the initiative. The Qingping sword was unsheathed. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire three realms. It circled in the river of time and space and did not dissipate for a long time. It alarmed many existences. The Tongtian sect leader was warning the great mediums of the Eldritch world to not have any ideas about Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the endless pursuit of the Qingping sword. At this moment, Xianqing, who had reincarnated into the human race with the primordial chaos Dao fruit, had reached the most dangerous moment of his life. Although the primordial chaos Dao fruit was extremely compatible with Xianqing, it did not mean that outsiders could not refine it. If he could snatch Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit, he could still refine it with some effort. The Dao fruit of the origin was formed after Xianqing's origin was sublimated to the extreme. It contained all of his cultivation. If an outsider were to obtain it and refine it, they would be able to take away everything from Xianqing in an instant and immediately reach the realm of the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Using this method to attain the Dao would definitely require a certain price to be paid. However, compared to the scenery after attaining the Dao, this price was nothing. After all, not every great magician had the confidence to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. At this time, the Xianqing Dao fruit, which was enough for them to reach the heavens in one step, became the last hope for these people to attain the Dao. In order to attain the Dao, some great practitioners were willing to take the risk. This was also considered the drawback of attaining the Dao through the extreme sublimation method. If they were not careful, it would be easy for others to snatch the Dao fruit of the origin. As a result, all of their previous efforts would be made for others. It was very miserable. It was precisely because of this that the Tongtian sect leader took out the Qingping sword and released the sword light in the long river of time and space without concealing it. He wanted to use this to warn those with ulterior motives. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, who used this method to attain the Dao by stealing others' Dao fruit of the origin, must be at the lowest level of this realm. He could not even be compared to the so-called weakest person who attained the Dao through virtue. Such an existence was definitely not a match for the Tongtian sect leader. If the Tongtian sect leader used the 4 immortal slaying swords, it would not be a problem to kill him, but it would not be a problem to seal him. If the 3 pure ones joined forces, it would be even stronger. They would definitely be able to kill the new and weakest primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. They might even be able to refine the Dao fruit of the origin again before his realm stabilized. As for whether the 3 pure ones would join forces or not, in the past, everyone would say that the 3 pure ones had already split up and were not on good terms with each other. They would probably not join forces. However, during the investiture of the Gods' War, everyone saw the scene of the 3 pure ones joining forces to fight against the human emperor. How could you say that they were not on good terms with each other when they could join forces to fight against the enemy? The so-called split up was just a pretense. In this way, after the Tongtian sect leader's warning, there would definitely be fewer powerful people who dared to have designs on the Xianqing sect. There might even be none. Of course, there would definitely be some powerful people who would make a move. However, at this time, it would be the time to see if the Tongtian sect leader's Qingping sword was good or bad. On this day, in the central divine province's country of Lu, clear light suddenly filled the sky. It was vast and mighty for more than 30,000 miles. At the same time, in a certain family, a woman dreamed of a green lotus falling into her arms. Then, she woke up with a start. Not long after, the news that she was pregnant spread. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest and causing a huge commotion. The woman was not married, but the news that she was pregnant spread. This was not a disgraceful thing. It was not like the ancient times when people only knew the mother and not the father. Since the rise of human civilization, being pregnant before marriage had never been a glorious thing. The Central Divine Province's laws were not completely inhumane. There was no such thing as being drowned in a pig cage. However, being pregnant before marriage was still quite disgraceful to that family. It had tarnished their family's reputation by more than half. However, that family only had one daughter. What else could they do? Could it be that they could beat him to death? They could only continue to raise her. If the country of Lu was not in the Central Divine Province and was in an ordinary mortal world, the best choice for this family would be to hide their names and escape to a place where no one knew them and start anew. However, the country of Lu was in the Central Divine Province, a place where immortals and gods lived together. Knowing that there was a woman who was pregnant after being connected with heaven and earth, some cultivators were tempted and thought of the records in the ancient books. Being pregnant after being connected with heaven and earth was a phenomenon unique to the ancient divine emperors. According to legend, the ancient divine emperor Fuxi was born from the connection between Huashu and Luais. The earthly emperor Shenong was born from his mother's dream of Sui Hua entering her bosom. The human emperor Xianyuan was born from his mother's dream that she was in a huge nest. When she woke up, she found that she was already pregnant. As for the woman, she was pregnant from the dream of a blue lotus entering her bosom. When they thought of the time of her pregnancy, there was a phenomenon in the country of Lu. Clear chi was condensed for 30,000 miles and did not dissipate. Now, the timing was just right. The 30,000 miles of clear chi was caused by the child in the woman's belly. The ancient divine emperor was a natural-born god. For a moment, the cultivators nearby were tempted. They thought that the child was the reincarnation of the divine emperor, a god who had descended to the mortal world and had the possibility of becoming the human emperor. Of course, with such an extraordinary background, even if the child could not become the human emperor in the future, it would still be extraordinary in the future. Involuntarily, some cultivators wanted to take the child as their disciple. However, such people were in the minority. Most of them felt that they were not qualified enough. They all contacted their elders and reported what had happened here to them and asked them to make a decision. As for the gods in the country of Lu, they were already scared out of their wits. It was still fine in the mortal world. If the cultivators did not use their divine abilities, they could not see the abnormality of the child at all. However, it was different in the divine realm. Most of the living beings living there were gods who had extraordinary power. These gods looked from the divine realm and saw a ball of clear chi gathering in the woman's belly. It was releasing boundless radiance that was even more dazzling than the sun. Not to mention seeing what was inside the clear chi, the entire divine realm was illuminated by that ball of clear chi. The light was so bright that the gods here could not open their eyes no matter what their cultivation level was. Needless to say, the child in the woman's belly was definitely not simple. Otherwise, why would there be such a phenomenon? Some people were tempted to cherish talents, but naturally, there were also people with ulterior motives who had evil thoughts. Born with the appearance of a divine emperor, this child must be extraordinary. If they took the opportunity to take it out and refine it before it was born, they might be able to become a Tao Lord immediately. Some people had such thoughts, and some people directly took action. Unfortunately, these evil spirits were burned to ashes by the clear chi in the woman's belly before they could get close to her. However, although the clear chi was strong, it was only useful for cultivators. It was useless for mortals. The woman was pregnant before marriage, and she was looked down upon and scolded by many people. What's more, the woman's clansmen wanted to abort the child. However, as a mother, the woman was not swayed by the words of the outside world. She still maintained an optimistic attitude. The tribulation of Tao ascension. That clear chi was naturally Xianqing. He, who had just reincarnated, was facing the tribulation of Tao ascension, the tribulation of death. He was not even born, but there was already a tendency of him dying. Tao ascension was difficult, and every step was dangerous. This was only the beginning. There were many more tribulations waiting for Xianqing. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The woman's pregnancy was already showing, but her situation had improved greatly. Because, at some point in time, there was an extra qilin in the Lu country. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and looked very sacred. This qilin would appear every day with a spirit fruit in its mouth. It would come to the woman's house punctually and offer her the spirit fruit. A qilin giving spirit fruit was a treatment that only Huaxiu, the mother of heavenly Emperor Fuxi, could enjoy. It was confirmed that the child in the woman's belly must be someone like the ancient divine emperor. It was also because of the appearance of the qilin that the surrounding rumors changed in the shortest time possible. The people here were not ignorant. The Central God Province was a place where humans and gods lived together. Seeing this phenomenon, the local people immediately realized that the woman's child was not simple. Therefore, the rumors changed. In the past, the child said that the woman was immoral and was pregnant with someone's bastard child. But in the blink of an eye, it became, I already knew that the child was extraordinary and was the reincarnation of a god. The change was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. After that, as time passed, more and more changes happened to the woman's situation. At some point in time, a majestic true dragon appeared in a lake in the country of Lu. Every day, it would catch all kinds of spirit fish from the lake and compete with the qilin to deliver food to the woman. Then, a phoenix appeared. It was incomparably luxurious and also joined the ranks of delivering food. Not long after, the people in the country found that there were many divine beasts and auspicious beasts around them. And these divine beasts and auspicious beasts were all circling around the woman. For example, when a woman walked to the river, divine beasts would appear in the water. They would either give her all kinds of treasures in the water or carry her to swim in the water. If she came to the mountain forest, various divine beasts would appear. They would either blow the wind for her, give her fruits, or offer her divine spring water. In short, no matter where she went, all the living beings in the world would kindly express their goodwill to her. When the surrounding people saw this, although they did not say anything, they all knew that these changes were caused by the child in the woman's belly. This child was really extraordinary. There was already such a powerful phenomenon before it was born. If it was born, it would be incredible. The human race would definitely have another peerless prodigy. For a time, whether it was the gods or the surrounding cultivators, they all reached a tacit understanding to secretly protect the child and prevent it from being harmed by evil spirits. Therefore, such a situation occurred. During the day, the immortals silently protected the woman. At night, it was the gods' turn. It was also at this time that the rumors changed again. Some people swore that the child was the reincarnation of an immortal in heaven because they saw an immortal secretly protecting the child during the day. Some people refuted that the child was the reincarnation of a god because they saw the gods appear at night and silently protect the child. Just like that, a debate about the origin of the child arose. They argued endlessly about whether the child was a god who had descended to the mortal world or the reincarnation of an immortal. That was how boring it was. This debate continued until the 14th month of the woman's pregnancy. At this time, a major event occurred that caused the people to stop arguing. Xianqing's reincarnation needed about 24 months to be born, which corresponded to the 24 green lotus of creation. Therefore, it was not a problem for the child to not be born after 14 months. The surrounding people were also not surprised. After all, it was a natural god. It was normal for it to be different from others. It would be abnormal if it was the same as others. Of course, Xianqing was able to successfully conceive until now because of the various immortal fruits offered by the divine beasts. That woman only had a mortal body, but Xianqing was a top-tier great medium. How difficult was it to conceive an innate god with a mortal body? It was likely that before Xianqing was born, the woman's essence would have been exhausted and she would have become a dried corpse. Therefore, the scene of the divine beasts offering the immortal fruits happened. The immortal fruits were not ordinary either. They were all top-tier, innate spiritual fruits. Each of them was more precious than the 9,000-year-old immortal peaches. If an ordinary person ate one of them, it would be an exaggeration to say that they would become Taoist priests. However, it would be no problem for them to become Tai Taoist lords. These innate spiritual fruits were the treasures of Feng Zichen and the Tongtian sect leader. In order for Xianqing to be born successfully, they gritted their teeth and took them out. As for the divine beasts, their origins were simple. They were the newly born descendants of the three clans. Their bloodline was incomparably pure. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to offer the immortal fruits to Xianqing. Chapter 867. At the end of the day, Xianqing was a person of great merit. He had made great contributions to the primitive world and was a Tao ancestor, the primitive talisman ancestor. With such a status, how could the world let him suffer? When the woman was 14 months pregnant, it happened to be the day of the human race's ancestral worship. The people of the various vassal states, and even the people of the human Tao imperial court, would put down their work on this day and head to the ancestral temple to worship the past sacred emperors of the human race and countless predecessors. On this day, the human race experts would go out to hunt ferocious beasts, demons, and other enemies of the human race and take their heads to worship the predecessors. The purpose of this was to not forget their roots. The descendants of the human race would never dare to forget the blood feud of the human race. At the same time, this would let people understand the hardships and dangers of their ancestors in the primitive world to establish a territory belonging to the human race step by step. It would let the future generations remember how difficult it was for the ancestors to establish the human race's territory. It was also at this time that a shocking scene took place in the country of Lu. The woman headed to the ancestral temple to worship the martyrs and pray that the martyrs would protect her unborn child. However, she had never expected that after she arrived at the imperial ancestral temple, none of the martyrs worshipped by the imperial ancestral temple would dare to accept her, except for the holy mother of the human race, goddess Nuwa. After entering the ancestral temple, the woman followed the rules and bowed to the martyrs. However, before she could kneel, the memorial tablets of the martyrs in the ancestral temple all shook and moved to the side, not daring to accept her bow. When the immortals and gods hiding in the dark saw this, they were even more shocked. Although they had already guessed that the child was extraordinary, they still didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Others couldn't tell, but how could they not? The actions of the memorial tablets of the martyrs clearly meant that they were afraid and didn't dare to accept her bow. How great of a background did this person have to be to make the martyrs of the human race so afraid that they didn't dare to accept her bow? However, the shock wasn't over yet. The woman hesitated for a moment, then turned and entered the main hall to worship the three sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, when the statues of the 5 emperors saw the woman, they all moved to the side, indicating that they didn't dare to accept her bow. The 3 sovereigns accepted the woman's bow, but after she bowed, the statues of the 3 sovereigns returned the bow at the same time. The ancient sacred emperor's reincarnation. She's definitely the ancient sacred emperor's reincarnation. Otherwise, how could the 3 sovereigns treat her with respect? It's time for the human race to rise again. Someone who saw this scene couldn't help but shout out in excitement. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure, as this phenomenon was truly too shocking. How many people in the 3 dimensions were able to make the 3 emperors talk to them as equals? If he wasn't a high and mighty saint, then he must be one of the few great divine powers in the world. Such a figure was actually born into the human race. Wasn't it just like the reincarnation of Fuxi into the human race, becoming the human emperor and leading the human race to prosperity? Next, the woman arrived at the depths of the imperial ancestral temple. There were 2 shrines here. The larger one was dedicated to Empress Nuwa, while the smaller one was dedicated to the ancient sage emperor. It was said that the ancient sage emperor was the first human emperor of the human race. His origin was even more ancient than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was born even before the ancient era. As a character from the ancient era, he had once competed with the celestial emperor. Later on, after this ancient sage emperor experienced a series of magnificent lives, he became the emperor of the North Star heavenly emperor in the heavens. He was the lord of the gods and commanded all the gods. Of course, the ancient era was too long ago. Not many people knew about the deeds of this ancient sage emperor. Most of them were legends, and no one knew if they were true or false. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. It was rumored that the current human emperor was the reincarnation of this ancient sage emperor. When he saw the human race gradually weakening in the heaven realm, he was displeased. Hence, he personally reincarnated into the human race and led the human race to glory again. Not many people knew about the deeds of the ancient sage emperor. However, when it came to the current human emperor, it was impossible to finish talking about him, even if one talked for 3 days and 3 nights. He was truly an invincible figure in the 3 dimensions. Even the saints were no match for him. He was the idol of the human race. It was also because people knew that the ancient sage emperor was the previous human emperor that the ancient sage emperor's palace became the imperial ancestral temple. It became a place of prosperity. Not to mention the gods and Buddhas. Even Goddess Nua's temple was not as prosperous as this. In the 3 dimensions, it was not only the human race who worshipped the human emperor. Among the 10,000 races, many living beings worshipped the human emperor and viewed him as the lord of the heavens and earth. Even the demon race had many clans that secretly worshipped the human emperor. His power had reached its peak. 10,000 races were afraid of him and viewed him as a god, the lord of the heavens and earth. They did not dare to offend him. Feng Zichen and Xian Qing were originally one. Although he intended to destroy Xian Qing's incarnation, it was not appropriate for him to see this woman. Hence, when the woman was about to reach his temple, he plucked a seed from the tree of world and threw it over. My good friend is in trouble. I can't bear to see her, so I'll give you this to protect yourself. When your good friend recovers, we can meet again. After saying that, the seed of the tree of world flew out from the Saint Emperor's palace and turned into a green robe that covered the woman's body. This green robe was transformed from the seed of the tree of world and was an upper-grade connate spiritual treasure. The tree of world was a chaos spiritual root that was on the same level as the 36th grade chaos green lotus. The seed it bore was a chaos-level treasure and not a connate item. Every one of them was a connate embryo. They could turn into a connate spiritual treasure or become a connate god fiend. With Feng Zichen supreme means, it was not difficult for the seed of the tree of world to turn into an upper-grade connate spiritual treasure. After bestowing the upper-grade connate spiritual treasure protective robe, the door of the Saint Emperor's palace closed automatically with a clang. At this moment, the woman realized that the person who had spoken to her was the current human emperor. After coming to her senses, the woman hurriedly bowed in the direction of the Saint Emperor's palace respectfully and said, "Thank you for your reward, human emperor." However, just as she was about to bow, a gust of wind blew and prevented her from bowing. Looking at the situation, the woman knew that the Saint Emperor was unwilling to accept her bow, just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After she figured this out, the woman stopped persisting, and she turned around and headed towards Nua's hall. However, she couldn't help but wonder who the child in her womb was. Why would the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors value it so much? Heavens, that a connate spiritual treasure, isn't it? His Majesty has bestowed a connate spiritual treasure. Also, does His Majesty not allow the woman to enter the palace because he doesn't want to accept her bow? The scene outside the Sage Emperor's palace was witnessed by the immortals and deities who were hiding in the dark to protect the woman, causing another round of exclamations. Nothing unexpected happened when the woman reached the Nua palace. Her Majesty Nua accepted her bow, but before she left, Her Majesty Nuwa's statue suddenly glowed brightly and dropped strands of connate creation origin into the woman's body. Heavens, even Her Majesty Nuwa has appeared to bless the child. Who is she? At this point, everyone was already numb. No matter what happened, it would not be able to move them. However, they were even more curious about the child's identity. Have you heard? That woman is pregnant with an ancient saint emperor, someone like His Majesty Fuxi. In the past, Huashu gave birth to Fuxi, the heavenly emperor. Just like this woman, she suddenly became pregnant. After the ancestral worship, the atmosphere had completely changed. No one dared to speak ill of the woman. And when they saw her, everyone, regardless of whether they were nobles or nobles, bowed to her for fear that they would incur the wrath of the sage emperor and be punished for their disrespect. What? Why didn't I know about the Saint Emperor's arrival in Lu? And why didn't you report it until today? What a bunch of trash. Why didn't you wake me up in advance when such a big thing happened? At this time, in the most splendid palace in the center of Lu, the Marquis of Lu, Zhogan, who was personally conferred the title by the human emperor, was furious and raging at his subordinates. When Xianqing arrived, he was in seclusion, so he didn't know about the phenomenon. His subordinates didn't see anything unusual, so no one reported it to him. It wasn't until what happened in the Imperial Ancestral Temple spread that Marquis Lu's subordinates realized the seriousness of the problem. They hurried to Marquis Lu's place of seclusion and woke him up. After Marquis Lu came out of seclusion and learned about what happened recently, he flew into a rage and scolded the prince who supervised the fruits on his behalf. Although Marquis Lu, Zhogan, wasn't one of the 108 divine marquises and was just an ordinary marquis, he was a perfected connate Dao lord and had a chance to reach the level of Taoist priests. Therefore, his knowledge was far beyond those immortals. Although he didn't meet Xianqing in person, he could infer from the information he received that this must be the reincarnation of a top great medium who had a very good relationship with the human race. It could even be said that this person had a very high status in the human race. Otherwise, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't have treated him with such respect. Why did he say so? Because with Marquis Lu's status, he more or less knew the inside story of some great medium who had reincarnated into the human race. He also knew that there were many great medium who had reincarnated into the human race. Those who preached in the human race were most likely the reincarnations of the great medium. However, although these great medium were powerful and had a respectable status, they were only able to make the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors bow down to them, let alone the Saint Emperor. All in all, their strength was enough, but their status wasn't enough. After entering the human emperor palace, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not accept their greetings, but the Saint Emperor would definitely accept it. Therefore, if he wasn't a great medium, could it be that he was the reincarnation of the ancient Emperor Yu? Lu Hou couldn't help but think so. But soon after, this thought was overturned by him. King Yu was the descendant of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was natural for him to bow to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How could he not accept it? So who was that person? For a moment, Lu Hou couldn't figure out Xianqing's background. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. What mattered was that Lu Hou was sure that his opportunity had arrived. No matter who the reincarnation of that person was, or whether he was the ancient Saint Emperor who had descended to the mortal world, his background must be extraordinary for him to be treated like this by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now, as long as he could find a chance to build a relationship with him before he grew up, and, at the same time, do him a few favors. Then, when his cultivation recovered to its peak, he could help Lu Hou. Wouldn't Lu Hou soar? Thinking of this, Lu Hou hurriedly ordered, "Men, prepare a big gift for me. An ancient Saint Emperor has come to Lu Hou. How can I not pay him a visit?" As he spoke, Lu Hou walked towards Lu Hou's treasury while using a secret technique to contact his friends in the Human Emperor Palace. He planned to ask them about Xianqing's background. To be able to become a marquis, even if he was born a commoner, he could still have a lot of connections at this time. having a few friends in the human emperor palace was nothing. Who didn't have masters, elders, relatives, and friends? To become the human emperor, strength alone wasn't enough. You also needed to have enough skills. It was the same for building a career. Retracting his gaze from the Saint Emperor Palace, Feng Zichen called his personal guard commander and ordered, "Master Celestial has been reincarnated into the human race. He will be born in a few days. Take my 3,000 personal guards and rush to Luho to protect Master Celestial and his mother. Don't let anything happen to them. If anything happens to Master Celestial and his mother, you don't have to come back. Find a place to end your lives." What? Master Celestial has been reincarnated into the human race? After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment. Then, he hurriedly accepted the order and said, "Yes, sir." He didn't understand why Master Celestial would reincarnate into the human race. But he couldn't disobey the human emperor's order. This was a matter that could cost them their lives. The human emperor wouldn't joke around. If they really screwed up this matter and caused an accident to happen to the immortal master and his mother, then no one in the three realms would be able to save them. In 15 minutes, the following is anti-theft content. 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 After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment. Then, he hurriedly accepted the order and said, "Yes, sir." He didn't understand why Master Celestial would reincarnate into the human race. But he couldn't disobey the human emperor's order. After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment before he hurriedly accepted the order. Chapter 868. Although the divine demonic corridor had been opened, not everyone was qualified to use it. From its name, one could tell that the divine demonic corridor was a corridor exclusively for divine demons. Only Khanate divine demons were qualified to open the divine demonic corridor. Therefore, the divine demonic corridor was a way for the seniors of the Khanate divine demons to take care of the juniors, saving them from the pain of traveling. After all, the three realms were too big. It was too difficult for the Khanate divine demons who had yet to prove their Tao to travel. They might not be able to travel from one continent to another in tens of thousands of years. Feng Zichen's personal guards were the elites of the younger generation of the various royal families. Every one of them was a prodigy of the human race. If they were in the central divine province, the worst of them would be an earl. And the commander of his personal guards was a prodigy among prodigies. He had long transformed into a Khanate divine demon and was half a step away from the Daoyuo Taoist priests. He was only one step away from proving his Tao. His strength was comparable to that of the 108 divine marquises of the human race. And Feng Zichen had a total of 4 such personal guards. This time, in order to protect Qianqing, Feng Zichen sent out all 4 of them. It was because of the 4 commanders that they were able to open the divine demonic corridor and rush to the state of Lu. Not long after the personal guards left, Feng Zichen suddenly stood up and stared straight ahead, motionless. It was the direction Feng Zichen was staring at. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, an old man riding a green ox was slowly approaching. The green ox did not walk fast. It could only travel 1,000,000 miles in a day. It would take at least 100 days to get here. 1,000,000 miles in a day was not slow, but it also depended on who the other party was. If it was an ordinary immortal, this speed would naturally be extremely fast. But the other party was not. That old man was Dao ancestor Hongjun, who was impersonating Taishang Laojun. Therefore, how could Feng Zichen not be shocked to see him rushing towards him? Why did the Dao ancestor come here? For no reason. Feng Zichen was very curious about the Dao ancestor's purpose, but he didn't rush forward to ask. Instead, he continued to sit in the human emperor palace and waited for the Dao ancestor's arrival. As for picking her up, that was impossible. If the Dao ancestor came in the name of the Grand Supreme Elder, he would be the Grand Supreme Elder and the incarnation of the Grand Pure One. Such an identity was naturally not worthy of Feng Zichen standing up to welcome him personally. Even if the Grand Pure One came, Feng Zichen would have to depend on his mood to welcome him, let alone a mere clone. Although Lu Hou had taken a lead, his speed was still not as fast as Feng Zichen's personal guard. After all, time stopped in the God and Devil corridor. When Lu Hou arrived, Feng Zichen's personal guards had already arrived. They immediately protected Qianqing's mother. Coincidentally, among the personal guards, there was someone who knew Lu Hou. He quietly went up and asked, "Brother, which great figure is this reincarnated?" That personal guard turned to look at him and said, "Why are you asking so much? Anyway, it's a great figure." Although they knew Qianqing's identity, they didn't dare to reveal anything if Feng Zichen didn't say anything. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Lu Hou didn't say anything. Instead, he took on the responsibility of guarding with these personal guards. Just like that, for the rest of the time, everything was peaceful. Soon, it was time for Qianqing to be born. On this day, the woman was sleeping. In her dream, she dreamed of a green lotus blooming slowly. The flower bloomed 24 times, and endless creation chi flowed. At this point in the dream, the woman suddenly woke up. Then, she saw a delicate child beside her. Qianqing was born. The moment Qianqing was born, the entire country of Lu suddenly fell into darkness. The entire void also began to collapse abruptly. It shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. A big hand appeared silently and grabbed Qianqing, who had just been born. This was a move by a powerful person. He wanted to steal Qianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit to step into the realm of primordial chaos. The reason why this powerful person dared to make a move was not that he wasn't afraid of Tongtian sect leader's revenge, but that he had already thought of a way out. At this time, this powerful person was in the chaos outside the sky. After this move, whether it was successful or not, he would immediately escape into the depths of the chaos outside the sky and never appear in the untainted land. If he succeeded, he would be able to attain the Tao in one fell swoop and cultivate to the chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. From then on, he would be immortal and indestructible. Even with the vastness of the chaos outside the realm, he would be able to roam freely and unrestrained. If he failed, he would make up his mind to cultivate in seclusion in the chaos outside the sky. As long as he didn't reach the realm of primordial chaos, he wouldn't come out. At that time, he, who had no way out, might be able to erupt with his greatest potential and break through in adversity to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was considered cutting off his own path of retreat. He would stimulate his potential and force himself to break through. Of course, this powerful person's plan was quite perfect but it didn't mean that there were no risks. There was still a great risk. That was, once he was slow, he would be caught by Tongtion's sect leader and be killed by the 4 fairy slaying swords. Or he would be sealed and never have the chance to come out. However, how could there be no risks in reaching the realm of Tao? In order to reach the realm of Tao, it was worth taking some risks. If he succeeded, he would be free. If he failed, he wouldn't be too far off. Anyway, he would be stuck in the realm of half-step primordial chaos. He might as well die. It was because the Almighty held such a thought that such a scene had occurred. How dare you? On Golden Turtle Island, Tongtion's sect leader saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be furious. He immediately pulled out the Qingping sword and threw it in the direction of Xianqing, wanting to block the attack for him. However, although Tongtion's sect leader was fast, someone was faster than him. It wasn't Feng Zichen, but the fate of a human clan. Just as Xianqing was in danger, the fate of the human clan shook and directly fell from the River of Destiny. It appeared above the reincarnation of Xianqing's head and covered him, blocking the attack of the powerful person for him. At the same time, several more attacks arrived. The temptation of the primordial chaos fruit was still too great. It attracted many powerful people who had no hope of breaking through and chose to take the risk. They didn't hesitate to take the risk of offending Tongtion's sect leader and even the entire human clan to take away Xianqing's primordial chaos fruit. What was the meat of Tripitaka? Compared to the current Xianqing, it was like a small child in the presence of a great sorcerer. They couldn't be compared at all. Boom! At this moment, the Qingping sword arrived. Bright green sword light swept out like a vast sea of sword chi. It was mighty and mighty, blocking the next few supernatural powers and not letting them hurt Xianqing at all. At this moment, what was Feng Zichen doing? He had already left the human emperor palace and even the central divine land and the 3 realms to come to the chaos beyond the heavens. After the powerful person attacked, Tongtion's sect leader didn't know that the fate of the human clan would protect Xianqing, so his first reaction was to throw down the Qingping sword to protect Xianqing. And Feng Zichen knew that the fate of the human clan would protect Xianqing and wouldn't let anything happen to him. Therefore, after the powerful person attacked, Feng Zichen directly locked onto his position and crossed the endless void to attack the chaos beyond the heavens. Rumble. Seeing that his attack didn't succeed, the powerful person didn't linger and directly turned to escape into the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens. When Feng Zichen arrived at the chaos beyond the heavens, he saw his back frantically fleeing. The chaos beyond the heavens was really big. From the fact that the entire untainted land was surrounded by the chaos beyond the heavens, one could know that the chaos beyond the heavens was countless times bigger than the untainted land. Therefore, if this powerful person really escaped to the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens and hid, no matter how powerful Feng Zichen was, he couldn't find him in the chaos beyond the heavens. Even with Tongtion's sect leader, he couldn't find him. The chaos beyond the heavens was the most mysterious place in the untainted land. No one knew how many secrets were hidden in it and how many risks were hidden. Not to mention that the chaos beyond the heavens bordered the great chaos beyond the heavens. Who knew if that person would escape from the chaos beyond the heavens? Although the great chaos beyond the heavens was dangerous, staying in the untainted land meant certain death. How could he choose? Who would he use? Moreover, in the great chaos beyond the heavens, in addition to countless unknown dangers, there were many unimaginable opportunities. If one was lucky enough to obtain one, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the origin realm or even go further. As for the sky screen, its characteristic had always been that it allowed people to leave, but not enter. If one really wanted to leave, the sky screen wouldn't stop them. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Looking at the fleeing figure of the great medium, Feng Zichen showed a sarcastic smile. The gap between them was really too big. Feng Zichen was the human emperor and also had the karmic rank of Emperor Gaochen Tianwang. Although his strength couldn't compete with the 9th heaven of Origin Realm, it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the 7th heaven of Origin Realm expert. In other words, Feng Zichen's strength was comparable to that of the seventh heaven of chaotic essence, while his opponent was only a great divine, a half-step chaotic essence. It would be a piece of cake for him to take him down. If the great medium had escaped before Feng Zichen arrived, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. However, since he was a step slower and was seen by Feng Zichen, he couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Suppress. With a thought, Feng Zichen visualized Mount Buzhou in his sea of consciousness. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly covered the escaping great medium. Rumble. A mighty force that could suppress everything suddenly spread in the chaos outside the sky. Immediately, the restless chaos chi in the surroundings immediately stagnated and was suppressed by a mighty force. Above the great medium, the illusory image of an ancient divine mountain gradually took shape. It was incomparably sacred and suppressed him in place, making him unable to move. With a rumble, the illusory image of Mount Buzhou pressed down and directly suppressed the great medium into powder. His body and innate, indestructible true spirit were all shattered. With a casual stroke, Feng Zichen separated the chaos. He saw the clear qi rising, the turbid qi falling, the yin and yang were born, the yin and yang were divided, and the three forces stood. A world gradually took shape. Rumble. However, the world was only halfway through its evolution when it began to show signs of collapsing due to the lack of energy and the lack of something to support it. The clear qi began to fall, and the turbid qi began to rise. The yin and yang qi had a tendency to evolve into the chaos qi again. The whole world began to walk towards destruction and collapse, returning to the chaos. At this moment, Feng Zichen moved. He saw that he integrated the broken flesh and true spirit of the great medium into the new world, promoting its evolution. Sure enough, after integrating the flesh and true spirit of the great medium, the new world gradually stabilized and evolved rapidly. The rules became more and more perfect. He believed that when this world was completely born, it would definitely be a top-level Greater Thousand world. As for the great medium, his origin had been exhausted, and he could only be forced to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Feng Zichen could use the new will of the world to suppress the consciousness of the great medium, so that he could never wake up until the world was destroyed. However, even if this world was destroyed, the tide of destruction that would be produced after its destruction would be enough to make this great medium suffer. However, how could a top-level Greater Thousand world be destroyed so easily? In theory, it could coexist with the untainted world. In other words, this great medium would probably never wake up. When Feng Zichen sealed this great medium in the three realms, the Tongtian sect leader was also fighting with several great medium. Even if the other party was a fellow Taoist in the past, at this moment the Tongtian sect leader was merciless. The four immortal slaying swords shuttled back and forth in the void, beating the several great medium who were fighting with the Tongtian sect leader until they were dripping with blood. Their auras also became more and more dispirited. This time, the Tongtian sect leader was really angry. He had warned everyone repeatedly not to attack Xinqing. Otherwise, don't blame him for being merciless. However, these people still ignored his warning. It was obvious that they did not take him seriously. Their deaths were not to be regretted. The Tongtian sect leader was angry and had the intention to kill. Not long after, he killed a great medium. When the others saw this, they did not have the intention to continue fighting. They directly retreated and fled for their lives. There were exactly 4 people who fled. With a thought, the Tongtian sect leader split into 4. Each of them held a Khanate killing sword and chased after the 4 great medium. The Tongtian sect leader was not weaker than others in his life. He saw that the Grand Pure One had the 3 Pure Ones technique and could create 3 incarnations that were about the same combat strength as his original body. Therefore, he had painstakingly researched for many years and combined the Khanate 4 great powers to create a divine ability. He could split himself into four and create four powerful incarnations that respectively controlled the power of earth, fire, water, and wind. If he used the four immortal slaying swords, the combat strength of his incarnations would not be much different from his original body. This divine ability was the one that the Tantion sect leader was currently using. The Tantion sect leader had not thought of its name because this divine ability was not perfect yet. For the time being, it was not as good as the Grand Pure One's 3 Pure Ones. P.S. I'm about to collapse from diarrhea. Chapter 869. Because of this, the Tantion sect leader did not have the intention to pass down this supernatural power for the time being. Chance, seeing that the Tantion sect leader and the human emperor Feng Zichen were hindered by their people, they could not get away. Some of the great divines who were still hesitant finally made up their minds at this moment. Whoosh! A few more divine lights appeared and brushed towards the reincarnation of Xianqing. At this moment, the human emperor and the Tantion sect leader were no longer there to save him. In the crisis, 3 terrifying lights fell from the sky and enveloped the reincarnation of Xianqing, blocking the attack for him. This was the manifestation of the 3 emperors of the human race. The divine lights of the 3 emperors condensed and did not disperse. They kept circling around the reincarnation of Xianqing and finally turned into 3 marks, disappearing into his body. After that, the divine lights of the 3 emperors disappeared. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the divine lights of the 5 emperors flickered in the sky above the reincarnation of Xianqing. They kept circling above the reincarnation of Xianqing and finally turned into a 5-color canopy with the Dharma of the 5 emperors imprinted on it. This was the 5 emperors canopy, formed by combining the power of the 5 emperors of the human race. It condensed the power of the 5 emperors and the fate of the human race into one body. Its defense was unparalleled and could block the attack of Hunyuan. Kill! The sound of killing suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It was extremely urgent, and the killing intent filled the 3 realms, causing countless beings to feel a chill. This was Fuxi playing the guqin. Fuxi's music resounded through heaven and earth, releasing boundless killing intent. He vowed to kill the great divines who attacked Xianqing. Everyone said that Fuxi was unparalleled in the innate 8 trigrams, but they forgot that Fuxi was the music ancestor of the prehistoric era. When Fuxi played the guqin, it could kill and purify the world. It was really terrifying. The Tao was in the fingers, and the guqin was the world. The Tao of the guqin was the world's Tao. Gong, Shang, Jiao, Jiu, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If the 5 notes were not messed up, there would be no sounds in the world. If the 5 notes were messed up, the 5 elements of heaven and earth would riot, and everything would return to chaos. The guqin could carry the world. No matter how chaotic the world was, it could be set right with a snap of the fingers. Dharma power breaking and sinking in the divine sea, Fuxi, the heavenly chi penetrating the heavenly dipper, waiting for the light of the extreme abyss. When a string is quiet, the big sound is quiet, and the sound is indistinct. The wandering god, Emperor Shi, came and went. This was the way. The chord is without a tune. The heart is without a shadow of dust. The mind turns into tranquility, and all that comes out is the ultimate sound. Great elegance returns to the origin. This is the Tao. Fluxers without fluxers would have a melodious sound similar to the great Tao. Heaven and earth were within their fingers, vast and boundless. It was known as Fuxi's heavenly voice. After a long while, Fuxi's song ended. The body of a half-step primordial chaos master was suddenly destroyed. His innate, indestructible true spirit was destroyed by the sound, and his blood spilled in the untainted land. After Fuxi, Niwa appeared. A gourd vine descended from the sky and wrapped around the wrist of the reincarnated Xianqing. It released strands of qi of creation and nourished Xianqing's body. This was the connate gourd vine, also known as the man-creating whip. Among the first generation of humans, only a few were personally created by Her Highness Niwa. The rest were created by this vine, so it was also known as the man-creating whip. How great was the merit of creating a human? Her Highness Niwa became a saint because of this. She became the first person to become a saint after Tao ancestor Hongjun. The connate gourd vine had contributed to the creation of a human, so it also received some merit and became a top-grade postnatal merit treasure. Although it was a postnatal merit treasure, the power of the man-creating whip was comparable to that of a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure. Not to mention, this treasure had a great restraining effect on the human race. With the man-creating whip in hand, there was no one in the human race in the world that couldn't be hit. As long as you were brave enough, you could even hit the human emperor. No one knew what Her Highness Niwa saw when she taught the man-creating whip to Xianqing. 4 primordial chaos masters attacked one after another, as well as the death of several great mediums. Finally, some people woke up and put away their thoughts. They no longer attacked Xianqing. In an instant, the 3 realms regained its peace. However, to prevent people from taking risks, Feng Zichen sent Xianqing's reincarnation to the Central God Province. Not to mention that all the great mediums in the Eldritch Land had sworn that they would never step into the Central God Province. At this moment, nearly 100 great mediums had gathered in the Central God Province. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be besieged by hundreds of great mediums. A few days later, Feng Zichen, who had rushed back from the chaos outside the sky, saw Xianqing's reincarnation. He named him Ru. Ru was what people needed. It meant that Xianqing would become a person that the human race needed in the future. Ziru was Xianqing's name. Zi was the surname of the Wang family of the Shang dynasty. That's right, Ziru was a descendant of the Wang family of the Shang dynasty. After all, Feng Zichen had taken the world away from the Zi family. It was only right for him to return a peerless talent like him. After naming Xianqing, Feng Zichen put him aside and no longer cared about him. He was free to develop, and he continued to sit in the human emperor palace, waiting for the arrival of Tao ancestor Hongjun. While Feng Zichen was waiting for Tao ancestor Hongjun, a sound of nature suddenly came from the heaven and earth. It was like the roar of the great Tao. The heaven and earth trembled slightly, and people couldn't help but feel happy. What's more, the spiritual qi in the 3 realms, whether it was congenital qi or acquired qi, had increased by about 5% at this moment. 5% didn't seem to be much, but the spiritual qi didn't increase in one place, state, or realm, but the entire 3 realms. The 3 realms were so vast that it wasn't much smaller than the Eldritch Land in the age of witches and demons. In such a large area, the spirit qi in every place increased by about 5% in an instant. The amount of spirit qi increased was really shocking. Even if Feng Zichen fully operated the Pangu, celestial being, to absorb the chaos qi from the great chaos and transform it into congenital qi, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years for the spiritual qi in the 3 realms to increase by 5%. The sudden increase in spirit energy by 5% had undoubtedly brought an enormous change to the 3 dimensions. Because of this, countless cultivators had attained a higher level of enlightenment and stepped into an even higher realm of cultivation. Who knew how many rare and precious fruits were born once again? What's more, there were several congenital fiend gods that were no longer born in the world. There were even more congenital spiritual treasures in the process of being born. This is suddenly standing up from the throne. Feng Zichen looked ahead in surprise. This was the sign of Tao attainment. Was someone about to attain Tao? Someone was about to attain Tao and was sensed by heaven and earth. Therefore, all kinds of strange phenomena were spontaneously produced to celebrate the birth of another transcendent. This was the origin of the strange phenomenon in front of him, who was about to attain Tao. How could it be so fast? The Tao discussion had only begun for a few decades, but someone had already taken the crucial step and cultivated to the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was too fast. At this moment, not only was Feng Zichen curious about who was about to attain Tao, but the other great divine powers were also curious about who was about to attain Tao. For a moment, terrifying gazes rose from all over the three realms and looked towards the central godland, as if they were looking for something. Raising his hand, Feng Zichen wanted to expel all these gazes, but after thinking about it, he finally put down his raised hand. This matter couldn't be stopped, so let them see. As long as they knew what was going on and didn't look at things they shouldn't look at. As the human emperor and the creator of the central godland, Feng Zichen had absolute control over the central godland. With a thought, he locked onto the origin of all these strange phenomena. Their countless providence gathered, creating thousands of phenomena. There were dragons and phoenixes, and Xianhuang Qi rising. So it's him. After a careful scan, Feng Zichen found the existence who was about to attain Tao. The top great divine powers of the celestial sect of wonders, Taoist Daozhong, claimed to be born in the great Tao. He was located in the middle of the sky, bearing the weight of heaven and earth. He was also a natural-born saint. Taoist Daozhong was born noble. Although he wasn't as orthodox as the three pure ones and the other Pangu, he wasn't far off. When he was in the Purple Cloud Palace, his strength was also one of the best, comparable to Dijun. Among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he could also squeeze into the top 10. He was even stronger than Kunpeng and Han Yun. However, he was a person who wholeheartedly pursued Tao. After Tao ancestor Heng Jun finished his 3 lectures, he didn't leave the chaos outside the sky, nor did he enter the struggle for hegemony in the untainted world. Instead, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion and began a long period of bitter cultivation. It wasn't until the Daoyuo sky reopened and countless powerful figures came to discuss Tao that Daozhong was alarmed. He rushed back from the chaos outside the sky to discuss Tao with everyone and understood his opportunity to attain Tao. Boom, boom, boom. In Feng Zichen's eyes, he saw strands of connate Tao aura surging out of Daozhong's body. Following the mysterious connection, they poured into Daozhong's body in the distance. This was the result of Daozhong's reincarnation this time. It was also the reason why he could reach the primordial chaos realm. Those who came to the human clan were only the incarnations of the divine senses of those powerful figures. Even if they had gained something, it would be transmitted to their bodies through the connection between their incarnations and their bodies. Otherwise, how could they break through? Let the incarnations of their divine senses break through. Wasn't that a joke? Hey, he has reached the realm, the origin, and the conditions have been met. Why hasn't Daozhong broken through yet? Suddenly, Feng Zichen exclaimed softly, because he found that Daozhong still hadn't broken through to the realm of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. That wasn't right. The feeling he gave now was like that of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, he always felt that something was missing, which made him incomplete. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. It was because the karma had not been settled. Although Daozhong had met all the conditions to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, because the karma between him and the human clan had not been settled, his breakthrough this time was not perfect. There is still a trace of flaw. Only when the karma between him and the human clan was completely settled could Daozhong's primordial chaos Dao fruit be called perfect and flawless. How could he settle the karma between him and the human clan? It was simple. The key was Daozhong's divine thought incarnation. As long as he died, he would return to heaven and earth. Then, the karma between Daozhong and the human clan would be settled. As for how this divine thought incarnation would die, it had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He wouldn't care either. It was all up to Daozhong. However, after watching for a while, Feng Zichen could see Daozhong's plan. He saw that as the divine thought incarnation passed on his understanding to the main body, his magic power was also slowly draining away. In the end, when the divine thought incarnation broke the connection between himself and the main body, the magic power in his body was also drained away. Right now, he was just a mortal, a complete and utter mortal. He did not have any magic power in his body, and only had ordinary martial arts to rely on. At the same time, this also meant that he had lost the long lifespan of an immortal. In about 100 years, he would be plagued with diseases due to the failure of his 5 internal organs and the aging of his organs. In the end, he would die. Because of the dissipation of his magic power, he would no longer be able to cultivate. The elixirs and miraculous medicines would also lose their effect on him. In 100 years, he would be dead. It's not a bad idea to entrust a wisp of mortal thought to this incarnation and let him spend the last days of his life in the human realm. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze. It was inevitable that Daozhong would attain the Tao. In less than 100 years, his primordial chaos Tao fruit would be completed. There would be another primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian in the primordial chaos. Daozhong's attainment of the Tao didn't affect Feng Zichen much. However, it had a great impact on the human clan. It was estimated that after Daozhong attained the Tao, the human clan would be in chaos. The Central Divine Province would also usher in chaos. Daozhong's attainment of the Tao was the beginning of the struggle for hegemony among the various countries. It was also a sign of the impending chaos. Feng Zichen still needed to make preparations early in order to prevent someone from acting too rashly and wantonly slaughtering the common people. Come, pass down my order. From today onwards, anyone who dares to slaughter the common people, regardless of their identity or cultivation, will be killed. In addition, order the city lords to activate the sky patrolling mirror and monitor the entire Central Divine Province. If anyone is found slaughtering the common people for no reason, I will give them the right to kill first and report later. Although he said that he was calling for people, Feng Zichen's voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire Central Divine Province to ensure that every member of the clan could hear his order. We obey. In the 362 divine cities, excluding the sun, the moon, and the stars, there were voices replying. These were the city lords of the divine cities. With the support of the divine cities' origins, they all had the strength comparable to the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Unlike the ranks of the dukes, marquises, earls, and viscounts, the city lords of the divine cities were mostly the descendants of the royal family or the descendants of the heroes of the human clan. The city lords of the divine cities were never selected from ordinary people. They were all selected from the descendants of those who had performed meritorious deeds in order to commend the contributions of their ancestors. If one wanted to become a city lord of the divine cities, one had to work hard to perform meritorious deeds. This way, one's descendants would be qualified to become a city lord of the divine cities. This was also one of the ways to encourage the clan members to improve. As for the sky patrolling mirror, it was a treasure that Feng Zichen had created by imitating the supreme sky mirror. Every divine city had one. It didn't have many uses, but it could reflect everything that happened in the Central Divine Province. Chapter 870. What is His Majesty doing? Why did he suddenly give this order? Is something big going to happen to the human race? Although the human cultivators obeyed the order, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Looking at the human emperor's posture, he obviously had a premonition that something was going to happen and was preparing in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly given this order. The human race was going to be in chaos. It was indeed going to be in chaos. How did Taoist Daozhong achieve the Tao? After his spiritual incarnation entered the human race, he was born in Duke Qi's territory. At that time, Duke Qi, Jianghuan, had just achieved the realm of Daoyuo Taoist priests and was conferred the title of Duke Qi, becoming one of the 36 dukes of the human race. At that time, he was in high spirits and was determined to achieve great things. He wanted to go one step further from the position of duke to the position of human king and help the human emperor rule the world. Unfortunately, although Jianghuan's idea was good, He didn't know where to start looking at the huge Qi state. The Qi state wasn't small, but the position of Duke wasn't enough. In order to help him achieve the position of Duke, the Qi state's potential had been exhausted. No matter how much it developed, it couldn't bring him one step closer to the position of human king. Just as Jiang Huan was panicking, Taoist Daozhong's spiritual incarnation, Guanzhong, came to the Qi state. As a powerful person, even if it was just a spiritual incarnation, it was still boundless. Before Guanzhong arrived, Duke Qi, Jiang Huan, who was sitting in the palace of the Qi state, had already sensed his arrival. As soon as he looked up, he saw endless Taoist rhymes rising in the void in front of him. The great Tao was faintly manifesting. With Jiang Huan's cultivation as Daoyuo Taoist priests, how could he not see that a powerful person had arrived? At that moment, Jiang Huan didn't dare to hesitate and directly went out of the palace to greet him. Then, he saw Guanzhong, who had come the body of a mortal. Even if he was a mortal, Jiang Huan still didn't dare to be negligent when he saw the great Tao behind him. He bowed as a disciple and invited Guanzhong into the main hall. After that, the two talked about something. Jiang Huan suddenly made Guanzhong his prime minister and asked him to govern the Qi state. Then, Guanzhong began his own path of Tao. When Guanzhong ruled the country, he first put forward the idea of enriching the people before ruling the country. During his time as the prime minister of the state of Qi, Guanzhong advocated the administration of salt and iron, divine gold, ores, etc., the creation of currency, spirit stones, fate pills, etc., the control of food, spiritual herbs, etc., and the state's control of the circulation of commodities to increase the financial income and prevent the disparity between the rich and the poor. After that, Guan was the first to create and practice Shang dynasty warfare and subjugate other countries. He proposed, serve people with righteousness and not with war. If there is no other choice, use war. First, use righteousness. Save money, harm to the people, and danger to the country. Of course, this was not the main reason why Guanzhong was able to attain Tao. He was able to attain Tao mainly because he had redefined the concept of law. Measurements, ropes, ink, rules, weighing stones, dendrobium, and angular weights are called laws. The Dharma is the symbol of the world. Therefore, we must resolve our doubts and clarify right and wrong, and the lives of the common people are hanging in suspense. The law is the law of the world, the order of all things. The multiple definitions of law became the key to Guanzhong's attainment of Tao. Following that, under Guanzhong's governance, the state of Qi became more and more prosperous, and the country's luck became more and more prosperous. Jiang Huan's strength also rose along with it. Soon, he entered the middle of the Taoist priests from the early Taoist priests and blossomed into the middle of the three flowers above the head. However, by this time, the fate of the state of Qi had reached its peak. No matter how much internal development there was, it could not be improved at all. At this time, Guanzhong implemented the policy of respecting the king and repelling the barbarians. The original meaning of respecting the king and repelling the barbarians was respecting the king and repelling the barbarians. It changed the form of attack and defense and prevented internal conflict. The guiding principle was respecting the human imperial court, not merging with the barbarians and invading the barbarians' land. With this as the national policy, the state of Qi began to send troops to conquer the barbarians. What were barbarians? Most of them were descendants of the human race and other races, and a small number of them were descendants of traders. These people believed that the human bloodline was weak and could not be compared to the innate bloodline in their bodies. Therefore, they did not acknowledge their status as humans and chose to be enemies of the human race. With Feng Zichen's status, he naturally would not bicker with these ant-like people, so he did not care about them. Feng Zichen did not care, but that did not mean that others did not care. His subordinates did not care. The humans of Orthodox birth worked together to chase these people to the edge of the central divine province. They called them barbarians who did not know the teachings of the sacred emperor. After that, as time passed, these barbarians grew stronger and stronger. They were no longer satisfied with the barbarian land they lived in. They yearned for the vast and rich human territory. The barbarians were uncivilized and did not know etiquette. Once they had an idea, they would directly take it by force. Therefore, they began to invade the human territory in an attempt to take over this rich land. However, as soon as they set foot in the human territory, they were beaten to a pulp by the armies of the human Dao imperial court stationed at the border. They fled in panic. After that, the vassal states gradually rose. Feng Zichen withdrew the armies guarding the border and left the defense line to the vassal states. It was also at this time that the vassal states and the barbarian states began a long and drawn-out war. Guanzhong's policy of respecting the king and suppressing the barbarians was to plunder the fate of the barbarian states to strengthen the Qi state. In the war with the barbarian states, the Qi state won again and again, constantly eating away at the barbarian state's fate, causing the state's fate to flourish even more. As a result, Jiang Huan, the Duke of Qi, bloomed the smallpox of the three flowers above his head and cultivated to the late Daoyuo state. Unfortunately, the fate of the barbarians was still too weak. Even though the Qi state had almost driven the barbarians out of the central divine province and squeezed all of their fate, it still could not bring the Daoyuo Taoist priest to perfection. Since he could no longer improve from the outside, Jiang Huan could only focus on the inside again. Later, under Guanzhong's guidance, Jiang Huan, the Duke of Qi, conquered the world and became the #1 overlord of the vassal states. He gathered the fate of the various states and formed the human king karmic rank. However, although Jiang Huan was now a human king karmic rank, he was still not considered a human king because Feng Zichen had yet to confer him the title of human king. With the human emperor still around, how could anyone proclaim themselves a king? Wasn't that a rebellion? The equivalent of a human king still needed Feng Zichen's conferment. Otherwise, it would be illegitimate and illegitimate. In the human race, Feng Zichen's words were more effective than heaven and earth. A human king recognized by heaven and earth was not a true human king. Only a human king recognized by Feng Zichen was a true human king. His control of the human race's fate had reached an unprecedented level. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After Jiang Huan became a human king, Guanzhong was enlightened and fell into enlightenment. In a trance, Guanzhong came to the river of time and space. He saw the river of time and space surging forward. He also saw the scene of Jiang Huan becoming a human king from the waves. He saw that his dharma had been circulating in the world for a long time, affecting generations of people. At this moment, Guanzhong was enlightened. Then, he became a human king. The chaos of a human race would also begin from this. Guanzhong's method of becoming a human king was not irreplicable. Therefore, when the other powerful people found Guanzhong's method of becoming a human king, they would definitely follow suit and become a human king using this method. At that time, the various states would compete for hegemony. Wouldn't the human race be in chaos? Although Feng Zichen had foreseen this scene, he did not intend to stop it. On the contrary, he wanted to add fuel to the fire. P.S. The book has already collapsed. I can't write anymore. I can only say that I'll try my best to write a grand ending. In the future, the updates can only be said to be as stable as possible. Chapter 871. In the Human Dao Palace, Feng Zichen stamped the Human Dao imperial seal on an imperial edict. Confer the title of Duke of Qi, Jiang Huan, the human king. This was an imperial edict conferring the title of Duke of Qi, Jiang Huan, the human king. Once Jiang Huan accepted this imperial edict, his position as the human king would be justified. Picking up the imperial edict, Feng Zichen thought for a moment, then summoned the other human king of the human race, Zhou Mu, as well as several Daoyuo Taoist priests. When Zhou Mu arrived at the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen handed the imperial edict to him. Zhou Mu passed this imperial edict to Jiang Huan. After all, He was the human king and had a noble status. He should be given the respect he deserved. If he sent any Taoist priest to deliver the imperial edict, it would seem that the human Tao imperial court did not value the human king. If the human emperor went personally, it would be a bit of a fuss. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and decided to let Zhou Mu, who was also a human king, go. It was just right. They had the same status, so it would not appear to be too much of a fuss, nor would it appear to be too contemptuous. Yes, your majesty. Zhou Mu took the imperial edict and left. He would be very busy for the next period of time. After all, conferring the title of human king was not a small matter. It was not something that Feng Zichen could just casually issue an imperial edict. The imperial ancestral temple still had to make a lot of preparations. For example, they had to organize the human king's coronation ceremony, make a corresponding robe for the human king, build a hall for the new human king, prepare a carriage, and so on. These were all things that the imperial ancestral temple had to prepare. Although there was only a difference of one level between the human king and the duke, the treatment between them was like heaven and earth. The duke could only be the king of his own country. In a vast central divine province and the entire human race, he was not considered a big shot. However, the human king was different. He was the king of the entire human race, not the king of a city or country. His status rose from the ruler of a vassal state to the level of the entire human race. He would become the upper echelon of the human race and assist the human emperor in ruling the entire human race. He would have a certain amount of decision-making power. Everything the human king needed was also provided by the human race and not by the vassal states. The human king could be said to be the upper echelons of the three realms. Even in the heaven realm, other than a few monarchs, the rest had to bow when they saw the human king. After years of preparation, the imperial ancestral temple finally finished all the preparations for the coronation ceremony. Zhou Mu brought a few human Taoist priests and hurried to the kingdom of Qi. At that moment, Feng Zichen did not have the time to pay attention to these things because the fake Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who was also Tao ancestor Hongjun, had already arrived at Renhuang City on a green ox. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen thought that Tao Zhu was an old man after all. As a young man, he should properly carry forward the virtue of respecting the old. Even if he took the lead to set an example for everyone, he still went out of the city to welcome him. Greetings, Tao ancestor. Outside Human Emperor City, Feng Zichen cupped his hands at Tao ancestor Hongjun from afar as a greeting. As for whether calling Tao ancestor Hongjun as Tao ancestor would expose his identity, that was not the case. Tao master, Tao ancestor, these two titles were actually similar. When outsiders heard it, they would think that Feng Zichen called Tao ancestor Hongjun as Tao master and not Tao ancestor. However, any primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian could be called Tao master. There is nothing wrong with calling the three pure ones as Tao masters. Greetings, monarch. Tao ancestor Hongjun returned the greeting to Feng Zichen very naturally. To be honest, if Feng Zichen did not already know that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was transformed by Tao ancestor Hongjun, he would definitely think that the other party was the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord and not someone else pretending to be him. They were really too similar. Not only in appearance, but also in demeanor and luck. They seemed to be carved out of the same mold as the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. With Tao ancestor Hongjun's ability, no one would be able to recognize him if he pretended to be someone else. There is only one flaw in Tao ancestor Hongjun. His realm was too high, far surpassing the Grand Pure Ones. If not for that, Feng Zichen would not have been able to recognize his true identity. After arriving beside Tao ancestor Hongjun, Feng Zichen could not help but exclaim softly. That was because he realized that behind Tao ancestor Hongjun stood a little Tao child with red lips and white teeth. He was about 5 or 6 years old and looked no different from a mortal child. However, his red hair was very eye-catching. Just now, the Tao child was hiding behind Tao ancestor Hongjun, but Feng Zichen did not notice him. He only discovered his existence when he walked closer. Who is this child? Looking at the child, Feng Zichen actually felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen the Tao child somewhere before. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen could not help but size up the Tao child. After all, the child was still young. Being stared at by a stranger like Feng Zichen, he could not help but reveal a frightened expression. He quietly hid behind Tao ancestor Hong Jun and avoided Feng Zichen's burning gaze. The Tao child whispered to Tao ancestor Hong Jun, "Master, who is this person? Master, who is this person? Why is his gaze so frightening?" It's as if he can see through everyone's body. The moment the little Tao child said that, Feng Zichen felt very awkward. It was inappropriate to stare at a 5-year-old child with such a threatening gaze. However, the Tao child performance also made Feng Zichen even more certain that he was extraordinary. If he was really an ordinary child, he would have fainted from fright after being stared at like that. How could he have such a performance? "It's indeed my fault. I apologize to you, young master." Feng Zichen was straightforward and directly cupped his hands in salute to the little Taoist boy. As for the salute, the little Tao child could not accept the salute of the human emperor. If Feng Zichen saluted him, he would not be able to reincarnate for eternity. The consequences of the backlash of fate were very serious. Seemingly happy to see Feng Zichen suffer, Tao ancestor Hong Jun chuckled. After a while, he said to the Tao child beside him, "This is the North Star Emperor, the supreme emperor of the human race. He is also the incomparably honorable great Taoist priests. He controls the gods of heaven and earth, the entire central divine region, the human race, and even the 10,000 races. He is the most powerful person in the 3 realms." When the little Tao child heard Tao ancestor Hong Jun's introduction, he was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He stood there in a daze and did not react for a long time. It was not until a long time later that he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked Tao ancestor Hong Jun in a fluster, "Master, Master, he is so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that I have offended him, will he blame me?" Tao ancestor Hong Jun patted the little Tao child's head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You are not a human, nor a god, nor are you one of the 10,000 races. You have nothing to do with the central divine region. You and I are both outsiders. No matter how powerful he is, he can't control you." Hearing this, the bitter look on the little Tao child's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. He said with a look of realization, "That's right. I'm not a human, nor a god. I was not born in the central divine region. He can't control me." As he spoke, the little Taoist boy's laughter grew even more joyful. Seeing him like this, Feng Zichen could not help but scare him. "Little Tao child, although I can't control you, my cultivation is very high. There are less than 5 people in the 3 realms who can defeat me. If I want to kill you, I only need to blow a breath. Even if you're a world away from me, as long as you are still in the 3 realms, I can kill you. Are you afraid? Also, under my command, there are countless experts. With one order, regardless of whether it is the gods or the 10,000 races in the Eldritch world, they will have to obey my orders. In that case, I only need to release the news that you have offended me. Then there is simply no need for me to do anything. You will become the target of everyone's hatred. Everyone in the world will view you as an enemy and wish to tear you apart. As such, after offending me, are you afraid?" It was not that Feng Zichen wanted to scare the little Tao child, but he had already recognized the little Tao child's identity. Looking at his head of red hair, the first thing that came to mind was red. Red? Other than ancestor Hong Yun, who else could it be? The little Tao child who followed beside Tao ancestor Hong Yun was ancestor Hong Yun. However, it was not his actual body, but an incarnation of a strand of his divine consciousness. Moreover, all of his memories had been sealed by Tao ancestor Hong Jun. He really looked no different from an ordinary child. Thus, the scene before his eyes had occurred. After being scared by Feng Zichen, the little Tao child's smile disappeared. He quickly hid behind Tao ancestor Hong Jun and shouted at him, "I am not afraid. My master is a legendary saint, one of the few experts in the world. With him protecting me, you can't hurt me. I am not afraid of you." At this moment, Tao ancestor Hong Jun smiled helplessly and said to Feng Zichen, "Emperor, don't scare him anymore. He is just a child." "Child? Yes, child, he is just a child." After muttering a few words, Feng Zichen asked Tao ancestor Hong Jun, "May I ask, what is the name of this little Tao child? I think he is to my liking. I want to keep him by my side and teach him personally for a period of time to make up for scaring him just now." With a smile, Tao ancestor Hong Jun took little Hong Yun's hand and placed him beside him. He said to Feng Zichen seriously, "This child is called Hong Yun. He is the disciple of Poor Wei. Emperor, don't have any ideas about him. His future path has been arranged by Poor Wei for him. Emperor, you don't have to worry about him." He did not expect Tao ancestor Hong Jun to be so direct and directly mention Hong Yun's identity. Feng Zichen did not know how to respond for a moment. After a while, Feng Zichen asked, "Why did ancestor bring Hong Yun to the Central Divine Prefecture?" The Central Divine Prefecture is the territory of the human clan, but Hong Yun is a disciple of the Xin sect. Even if he wants to go, he should go to the Dong Shang Divine Prefecture and not the Central Divine Prefecture. "Ancestor, did you bring him here to seek revenge?" Since the Tao ancestor was so direct, Feng Zichen did not hide anymore. He directly asked why the Tao ancestor had brought Hong Yun here. It was better to be direct. It saved him the effort of beating around the bush. If everyone was direct, there would be less trouble in this world. Tao ancestor Hong Jun smiled again. Today, he especially loved to smile. Since he came here, he had been smiling as if he had encountered something happy. Or he knew that there were not many opportunities for him to smile. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to smile cleanly. He had not smiled for countless years after Tao integration. After laughing for a while, Tao ancestor Hong Jun said, "Emperor, don't be agitated. Poor Wei did not come here with evil intentions. Poor Wei said just now that Hong Yun is neither a human nor a god, nor a creature of all races. He was not born in the Central Divine Prefecture. Like Poor Wei, he is an outsider. He has nothing to do with the Emperor or the human clan." Hearing this, Feng Zichen really wanted to laugh. He wanted Hong Yun to have nothing to do with the human clan, but was it possible? After all, Hong Yun's innate fiend god body was still suppressed by the divine city of the human clan. He existed in the form of a perpetual motion machine, providing power for the operation of the human clan's protective array. Moreover, Hong Yun's Taoist field, Fire Cloud Cave, was still the seclusion place of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even in the history of the human clan, Taoist Yun was recorded as a sinner of the human clan. He joined forces with the chaos demon god and attacked the human sovereign city when the human sovereign was not there. He was a traitor of the human clan and the untainted land. He was an unpardonable sinner. How could Hong Yun have nothing to do with the human clan? After sneering for a while, Feng Zichen said to Tao ancestor Hong Jun, "Tao ancestor, are you kidding? Who will believe that Hong Yun has nothing to do with the human clan? Have you asked the 2 sages of the West and Zenyuanzi? Do you think they will believe you?" At this time, Tao ancestor Hong Jun finally stopped smiling and said to Feng Zichen seriously, "Poor Wei never jokes. If I say that ancestor Hong Yun has nothing to do with the human clan, then they have nothing to do with the human clan. The Fire Cloud Cave was given to the human clan by the Heavenly Wei. If Hong Yun has a problem with it, he should ask the Heavenly Wei instead of the human clan. The Fire Cloud Cave is the karma between Hong Yun and the Heavenly Wei. It has nothing to do with the human clan. As for Taoist Yun, he colluded with the chaos demon god and tried to disturb the untainted land. He is a sinner of the untainted land and is not tolerated by the Heavenly Wei. He is suppressed by the human clan and can never escape. This is the punishment he deserves. However, Taoist Yun is Taoist Yun, and Taoist Hong Yun is Taoist Hong Yun. How can we confuse them?" Hearing this, Feng Zichen understood what Tao ancestor Hong Jun meant. He wanted to end the karma between Hong Yun and the human clan on behalf of Hong Yun. The biggest karma between ancestor Hong Yun and the human clan was the Fire Cloud Cave, the head of the untainted land. When the human clan obtained Hong Yun's Taoist field, they formed an inexplicable karma with him. But now, Tao ancestor Hong Jun said that the Fire Cloud Cave was given to the human clan by the heavenly way. Even if there was a karma, it should be borne by the heavenly way. It had nothing to do with the human clan. In this way, the biggest karma between the human clan and Hong Yun would be gone. Secondly, the karma between Hong Yun and the human clan was caused by Taoist Yun. In the past, with the intervention of the two sages of the West, Hong Yun's innate true spirit was reincarnated into the human clan and became Taoist Yun. He tried to fight for the throne of the human emperor. Unfortunately, the two sages of the West plan failed. Hong Yun was schemed against by Feng Zichen and was suppressed under the divine city of the human clan for eternity in the name of colluding with the chaos demon god. The hatred of being suppressed and humiliated was also a karma that would not end until one of them died. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.